All right, guys, today we got a returning guest. His first interview caused a lot of crazy reactions, man. The internet was wilding. They were so happy to hear from you, though, man. Yo, we got the one, the only, the sick one.
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's popping, man? Glad to be back, man. Glad to be back. You already know. What's good?
Man, I'm loving the scene, man. All your stuff behind there.
Yeah, this is one of my other statue rooms. I got 3 statue. This is one of my 3 statue rooms.
Damn, that's crazy, bro. What did you think of the last interview, man?
I mean, I was good. I was good with everything. I speak truth. Whether motherfuckers like it or not, I speak truth. I don't really care about nobody's opinions.
What'd you think about the reaction that you saw, though? Like, I know you was in the comments, some of the videos and everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was with the reactions, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, those are people's opinions. But at the same time, I'm not going to let people make opinions that's forced. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm going to combat anything that anybody says. Like, oh, this and I'm like, you do listen. And then if you noticed everything that I answered fired back, they came back like, yeah, man, and nobody came back on some crazy shit because they know. They know. It ain't about defending nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about the defending. I'm about telling the truth. You ask me a question, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you the answer. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. It is what it is. Ain't nobody. I got no hair on my tongue, though.
That's true, man. I did see that in the comments that once you did come back, a lot of the people were like, yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'll stay quiet. If somebody say something that was truthful or whatever, and they felt like I said something that wasn't true, and I feel like, yeah, maybe I kind of construed a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Then I won't say nothing. But most of them, they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. They didn't know what they were talking about. Remember, I said it from the beginning. I'm only speaking about the parts where I was there. I was involved. You feel what I'm saying? I ain't talking about nothing that has to do with me not being there. If I'm not there, I can't say nothing. I can't give no opinions. I can't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. I was there in the beginning. I was there through the whole Full Eclipse thing, the making of me, Paul and Cuban, all of us and stuff like that when we came together, that whole story. And I know who was there, who was running with us in that story. If you wasn't running with us during that time, that period, don't say nothing. You can't say nothing.
It's true.
Don't glorify yourself.
A lot of the questions when I did ask you, you was like, well, I wasn't there for that part. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you did keep it 100 when it came to that. Definitely did. Did people start to recognize you in public after?
I was already having an issue in the food trucks already in the beginning before Panda Chop.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just everybody recognizing me from the block and recognizing me from the whole Full Eclipse thing, recognizing me from all the music that I've done here in Orlando. Cause like I said, I've been, I was when I first came to Florida, I was doing music over here heavy. You know what I'm saying? And we made some noise. We made a lot of noise here from the whole South. You know what I'm saying? We made a lot of noise on the underground scene and everything like that. So a lot of people, still remember me, still, all of that. They just pay homage when they see me in the truck. And then a lot of people recognize me from the original Terror Squad from the block. You know what I mean? And then after that, yeah, people, you was on Panda Chop. You on Panda Chop. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that too. So yeah. You know what I mean?
That's dope, man. I want to start this interview off by giving people more of the details about the original TS, right? Tell us about Gizmo.
Gizmo, Giz is Giz is the person that created Terror Squad. Don't get it twisted. Created Terror Squad, and Giz was originally a graffiti artist, and that's where it all came from. It came from the graffiti. And from all of that, but it just to give Giz his respect and his homage, Terror Squad was started by Gizmo TS. That's who started it, and Terror Squad was always originally a crew from the block. You know what I'm saying? A bunch of us, they hung out together. They all came from the same projects. And the same vicinity around the projects that we all came together and we hung out together and everything like that. And Giz was one of the people that brought that together alongside with Little Heck, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that.
Right. So wait, correct me. Who was the person that was erasing your name on the chalkboard?
Little Heck.
That was Lil Heck. Okay, so you met him before you met Gizmo.
No, I knew Gizmo from the block.
Okay, so
you know, from the
him.
block. Like I already knew about Forest Projects. Like I said, I used to play hooky and cut junior high school and go to Morris High School and hang out with the high schoolers. And I was from junior high school.
Right.
So I already knew, you know, saying the people from the area and everything like that. I just never hung out in Forest Projects yet. That came down the road when I met Lil Heck. But I met Lil Heck afterwards. I knew Giz before and his brother Power. And Giz brother Power. I knew them before I started, you know, hanging out heavy in Forest Projects.
Was Joe doing graffiti as well?
Joe was doing graffiti with Giz and stuff like that. I didn't know Joe at that time when they were doing the graffiti and all of that. Didn't know him like that. Didn't know him. I physically met Joe when I was a younger teenager in Morris High School.
Right.
Through the crew. Because after that, when I met Joe, I was already affiliated myself with the crew. With Little Heck.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I was always with Little Heck. We was always in front of the school. Then I had my own crew. And then my own crew then we started hanging with Heck on the benches and stuff like that in the project, just sitting right there in the front, right across the street from Morris High School. And then that's, you know, when we started forming that clique with Little Heck and everything like that, that's when Joe down the road, I met Joe inside of the school. Inside of Morris High School. And then from there, met him through the block, through Little Heck and the rest of the crew that I was hanging out with.
Was Gizmo rapping?
Giz was always rapping since day one that I met him. Giz was one of the best rappers in the block. One of the best rappers in the block. I don't ever, like, to this day, well, not to this day, I already know what's up, what happened or whatever. But I don't, like, Giz was the one that should have got that big deal. You feel what I'm saying? Giz was the one that should have got that big record deal and everything. Just Joe had more hunger for it. You know what I'm saying? So Joe had the energy of going out and going to the clubs and meeting all the other rappers and the big rappers that was, you know, and things like that. And then Joe was down with the DITC crew, the Digging in the Crates crew. So when he became, you know, when he was down with that, you know, then it became more popular for Joe from there.
Is it true that Gizmo helped write for Joe?
That I know of, yeah.
This was before Flojo.
Before that, yeah.
So, like, what did you know about that? Like, he just told you that, or like you saw like him doing it?
No, we used to be in 23 Park and that, and, you know, they used to write and stuff, and everybody used to write and everything like that. That was more before I was more into the music. You know what I mean? During that beginning time, I was doing my own little thing and stuff. I wasn't really heavy into the music. I was just dabbing here and there, whatever. And then, but you know, they would write together or whatever and everything. Joe and Giz were really, really tight and shit. They used to do everything together too. You know what I mean? So, and then with the music and that started forming. But like with Giz, like writing for Joe, me seeing it, I didn't see that. But I know of like Giz helping him, you know what I'm saying, with his with verses and writing and stuff like that. But I never physically seen him write a song for him, you know what I mean?
What ended up happening to Gizmo?
Giz was killed. Giz got murdered. They went to it was a party up in the Bronx and Southern Boulevard. He wasn't the target for it. It just happens to be that something happened at the party. And this is just a story that I've heard, you know what I mean? And it's crazy because I wasn't there and we were always together. The whole crew, when we would go somewhere, the clique will always be together. And that day I happened to be with some chick and I didn't go and I was supposed to go to the party afterwards. But they went to this party and I think it was that something happened at the door. They want to let some dudes in at this party. And then the dudes came back with guns and they just stood at the door and they just shot inside of the party. They started shooting inside of the party and then Giz got hit.
What year was this?
So I don't even remember, bro.
But this was like,
I honestly don't even remember.
Was this like around FloJo or like before then?
I think this was after FloJo.
So way after FloJo.
Yeah, I think it was after FloJo. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Joe was already doing his thing and shit in music and stuff like that. He was already doing music and everything. And then the thing is too that I remember the Giz, Joe had got Giz. I think it was a deal or some kind of a production deal or whatever. And Giz had to do a couple of songs and everything that he did. And Giz did a few songs. Joe had him in the studio and everything too. He was actually working with Giz at one time. He just, he never gave him his props. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm giving him his props now. Giz was that guy, straight up.
Wasn't TS named something different before then?
It was called something with tagging, and then when I know it was totally Spanish because there was a bunch of Spanish dudes all together, wilding out and everything, and then it was just Terror Squad because of the shit we used to do, man. Everywhere we went, we was just causing terror. Every block we went to, I don't think we ever went anywhere there was less than 20 of us to 30 of us.
Wow.
I don't think we ever went anywhere. Everywhere we went, we was always mobbing. Walking the streets, go to the stores, hanging in front of the bodega. You know what I'm saying? Everything we did together. It was always a crew. And it wasn't like only a weekend thing, like, it was a party, then we all get together. This was every day, like every day. And so we was mobbing every single, it was our lifestyle. It was all we knew, you know what I'm saying? Was, yo, you're going to be at the block? Yeah, I'll be there. We mean on the block, or Little Hex mother's house. And that's where we used to be at, either Little Hex mom's house, or we used to be right there in Tinton, right in the corner of 23 Park. So that was our lifestyle every single day. It wasn't a weekend thing for us. It was every day.
Was it called ATA?
ATA was my crew.
Was your crew?
Yeah.
So that was before you went to TS?
That was before I went to TS. ATA was my crew. My crew was just, and it was funny because I don't even know why we named it this. How the name came up. I liked the ATA, and then we started calling it All That Ass. I don't even know. It was just fucking funny, bro. And I don't even know why, because of my crew, when I put my crew together, we was just stick up kids. We was just sticking everybody up. Number spots and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So we was just straight up stick up kids. And but yeah, ATA was my crew that I put together with my boy Slice, Rock Rome, my brother, P Funk. A few people that I had put together, and then the crew just exploded. Seek and Flav, gotta show them their love.
What about JQ? JQ was in TS, right?
GQ. There's two of them. The JQ, we was talking about this earlier, but right. Is JQ. JQ is our boy from my block, from my mother's block. The ranch, one of the, like I was talking to you earlier, one of the dopest rappers in the block. Like, I don't even know how this kid didn't blow up. They compared them to Big Daddy Kane. This kid was bananas. He was pretty much family, like a brother to all of us, but he wasn't Terror Squad. GQ is a whole different person. He's Terror Squad. That's original Terror Squad. You know, his brother Sing, original Terror Squad, real Terror Squad. Who
was the one that was in Young and Ruthless with Triple Sace?
JQ.
Okay, so that was JQ, right? And you said you knew him from your mom's block, from the ranch.
Yeah, from my mom's block and everything. He was just a dude that always was with us. He wasn't with me in Forest. You know what I'm saying? When I was coming up in Forest, he was like, when we'll be together and stuff like that, it'll be around the ranch area or by my, around the area of my mother's block and stuff like that. He used to come through, hang with us all the time. He was pretty much, we treated him like our brother. You know what I'm saying? So, he, one of the realest dudes you could ever meet too.
So what did you know about Young and Ruthless back then before Full Eclipse? I
didn't. I knew about Young and Ruthless when Full Eclipse came about. When I was talked to Sace, and it'll be like he had a group before that and things like I said, the Full Eclipse thing came when I met Cuban, when I met Pun, and then I've always known Sace. I've known Sace for way many years before even the Full Eclipse thing even happened. The Full, Sace, we came up from the block. We from the block. But the Young and Ruthless thing, all of that, that's their groups, that's their stuff that they was doing, that's their history, their stories. I don't even know like that part of it.
Yeah, because I was doing an interview with TUD, right? TUD was in Young and Ruthless with JQ and Triple Sace, and he said that he took issue with what you said during your interview, saying that you didn't know Sace as a rapper, that you knew him from baseball. Man, roll the clip. Well, wait. So I think, wasn't that his way of saying that he knew Sace before all the rapping, though?
Before Sace was playing baseball. Sace was playing baseball, don't get me wrong. But he said he didn't know Sace for rapping. Before he was Triple Sace, he was Joker Jam.
Right.
That's me, JQ, Joker Jam. We actually performed Toom. Shout out to Toom, shout out to Sickone, shout out to Rock Room, shout out to Easy LA. You know what I mean? That's T Crew. 169 Union, standing in the corner drinking 40s. That's them niggas. They had a little barbecue one time in front of their little building. You know what I mean? And we rhymed in front of this shit. Me, JQ, and Sace. We was the group from the hood. Like we was the ones known. We the first niggas to make a demo. First niggas to have our picture taken.
Wait, but was Toom there though? Or are you just saying like based off of
no?
But based off of notoriety that so many people knew you guys for rapping that you're saying that it's hard to imagine Toom not knowing.
No. Toom lived 168th Union. My baby mother lived 168th Union. When I come out her house, I can see Toom. I see him standing on the corner. They knew we rhymed. The whole buzz was we had a whole pitch out. We signing shit. It's like we was almost like, you know what I mean? Hood stars. We put the shit in the barbershop, put the shit in the corner store. He knew Sace was a rapper. He didn't know him from baseball. He knew he was a rapper.
Yeah. And that's 1,000,000% true. And you know how you could solve that? You go ahead and you ask Sace. I don't know what dude's talking about. I knew dude.
I saw in the interview you did with Check the Rhyme, and you said that you knew Sace from your mom's block. Like that's how you knew him.
I know Sace from many years before rapping or anything like that. Sace was a baseball player. He was a softball player from the block. You know what I'm saying? He used to come from Davidson, 23 Park, boom, stuff like that. I knew him from other different people too, from his block, like Julio and these other people and stuff like that. They used to live in that block. That's how I know Sace. So, this is what I'm talking about. When people say things and make statements of things that they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know the history. They just don't know the history. You know what I mean? Hit Sace up. Sace will tell you himself. Our history, the real history. You know what I mean? I don't know Sace from ramming in the fucking blocks and all of that. I knew that later on down the road. Later on, you know what I'm saying? That I knew that he was spitting and everything and you motherfucker had skills, all that. Didn't know them for that. I knew him for being fucking Dominican from the block playing softball. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why even dude would make a statement like that.
Because he was saying that it seemed like he felt that you not acknowledging Young and Ruthless was like you trying to erase the history of what came before Full Eclipse.
Why would I? Well, listen, I'm not trying to shit on nobody or diss nobody or nothing like that.
Right.
But why would I? I never heard of fucking Young and Ruthless. Never heard of it. You feel what I'm saying? Never heard of it. So it's like for me saying I would delete the history and this and this and I never heard of it at that time. You know what I'm saying? Never. Even to this fucking day. I'm being 100. I'm being 100. Like let me ask you something. When was the first time you ever heard of Young and Ruthless?
It was through Cuban.
When?
I don't remember the exact moment.
No, not the exact moment. When? This century, this year, last year, a few months ago, a few weeks ago. When?
It was sometime last year.
Last year, right?
Right.
And this was what? How many years ago?
It was like
25 years ago. And this is the first time you heard of it, right?
Right.
When was the first time you heard of Full Eclipse?
It was a little while back. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the difference. There's history with full of clips. Because everybody knows the history. Everybody knows there's history behind that, because it was completely different from what he's talking about. It's two different things. His history is a block, the group from the, group that was from the block from Davidson or whatever, and did their thing. Cause I'm not shitting on nobody. If you feel what I'm being honest. I've never heard of Young and Ruthless until Sace mentioned it.
But
that he was part of that group and stuff like that.
Toom.
Like even Prospect, I knew Prospect for a long time. I didn't, but I didn't know Prospect too for spitting. That motherfucker was fire, always been. But I didn't know him for being in a group. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know him being in a group. I knew him from the block, Prospect from the block. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
It wasn't a history that followed them with a group. It was a history that followed them as a person, who he was. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
TUD, I knew him from, the block, walking around, whatever, saying things like that. We didn't really break bread together or stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's very different. It's not about shitting on a history or shitting on this, shitting on that. I just feel that at the time I didn't know about it. So there's no history for me to acknowledge. Yeah, you know what I mean?
He said that it's really hard to believe that you didn't know about it because they was everywhere. Like they was doing shows.
Dude, let me tell you, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, dog. Real talk. I don't know what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. If he was a stick-up kid, if he was thieving, if he was then I probably would have known. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because when you something like that, you'll know that other something like that. At the time, my nigga, I was shit. The history with full of clips is the history that I know. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what we did. That's our history. That's what we ran with. I didn't see him around that. You feel what I'm saying? The history that I had with Joe coming up from the block, from being Joe's hype man, from doing all that stuff. That's history. You feel what I mean? You didn't never hear me throughout these years doing interviews. Oh, I was Fat Joe's hype man. I was his number one guy. Whoa, I was his dude that was on the mic. No, man, because what the fuck am I going to get off of that? Nothing, bro. If there's no history, there's no history. I'm not going to glorify something that didn't happen, that I didn't see or I didn't acknowledge. If I would have saw it, if I would have seen it, yeah. I don't know what he mean by everywhere. I don't understand. I don't understand why he would make a comment.
He said that you saw them rapping before, like around all the time.
No, I didn't. I've probably seen them in the hallways when they were probably in the halls of hell. But what?
Sorry. No, never mind. Go ahead.
I probably seen them like in the hallways when they hanging out in the hallways, getting high, fucking hitting the halls of, hitting over at the halls of hell by Cuban Link's mother's block. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and maybe in the hallways like that and stuff, but at shows and all that and fucking block party, no, dude, I didn't see none of that. I ain't see it. Maybe they did. That's their history. They would know about. But do
you remember him from back in the day though?
Yeah, I remember him. That's why I'm bugging. Like, why would he would say that? Why would he be say, dude? I was a whole different animal. I wasn't about that shit. You feel what I'm saying? At the time, whatever he's talking about. I was too busy doing stupid shit. I was too busy doing the grimy shit that everybody knows me for at that time. Not now, but at that time. That's the way I lived my life. I was just a grimy ass nigga. That's it. So I don't know what he's I definitely don't know what he's talking about. I know we were at the Victoria 5 doing shows. I know we were doing shows here and there. You know what I'm saying? We're all different type of people and stuff like that. And I remember that. If I'm forgetting something, then my bad. But I've never got high in my life. So my memory is good.
Because he said that your sister was cool with his baby mama and you lived across the street from his baby mama too. So that you guys like saw each other all the time.
I don't know his baby mama. Maybe my sister does.
Right.
Maybe, yeah. Probably if he says my sister knows his baby's mother and they know each other like that, then I wouldn't disagree. But I wasn't up in my sister's shit like that. If you didn't have beef with my sister and you didn't disrespect my sister, then you would have never seen my face. You understand what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
My sister lived her own life. I lived my own life in the streets. I never bring my sister into what the fuck I was doing in the dirt in the streets that I was doing. I never put my sister as a target if I wasn't somebody's target. You know what I mean? So I never involved my sister in nothing that I did and never ran with her like stuff like that. Now, if you had an issue with my sister, you would have known who I was because I would have fucking killed you. You know what I mean? But besides that, I don't know. Now, I'm saying my sister knows. I don't doubt that. My sister knew a lot of people. A lot of people. You know, my sister got married to one of the guys from the ranch. You know what I'm saying? Mark. Real good dude. You know, my ex-brother-in-law. Real good guy. You know what I'm saying? Still lives in Maryland. Yeah, I know that. I know Mark's brother, stuff like that. But that's it. Most of the people that I know from the ranch are street guys, street dudes that knew me through streetwise. We never broke bread. Never broke bread. Like I walk by them, they'll have their own clique in their corner. I walk right by them. Yo, what up, Sick? What up, Toom? Whatever they want to call me. What up, what up, what up? Boom, boom, boom. Show love and keep it moving. That's it. That's it. I stood with my clique and people stood with their cliques. You feel what I'm saying? So I can't say something that I don't know, that I don't remember. I'm not going to say that, man.
Right.
So, you know, I don't know.
What was the beef between Forest Projects and the ranch? Like, I hear it was notorious.
It was notorious on our part, but I'm not really going to.
What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean by that?
That's exactly what I was about to say. Follow up with. I'm not going to talk about that.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, I can't. That's something I can't talk about because shit happened that a lot of my guys did that I would never put it out there. I wouldn't even talk about that.
But it was something that existed before you even came along, right? Like it was like it's been around for a long time.
I don't know about that. I know about what when I was in the picture and what was going on during my time. Before that, I don't know what beef they had with Forrest or whatever it was or anything like that. But when it was me, when it was Lil Heck, and when we was Terror Squad, we had our own thing that popped off. You know what I mean? But like I said, I'm not going to talk about that situation because people did get hurt.
Yeah,
like,
no, I don't want you to talk about like specific crimes and things like that, like, you know, stuff that people get locked up for. That's not what I'm talking about. It just there was a rivalry that existed because TUD was saying that like
it was more of the sports thing. I think I would say I'm going to say
really?
more of the softball and things like that, like Forrest against Davidson against Forrest, softball, things like that. I never seen like as in something like that, like big shit fights, street fights, wars being broken out, all of that. I never seen that. You know what I'm saying? And if it would have been like that, I would have been involved in it because I'm Terror Squad. You know what I mean?
But you was cool with the ranch too, though. Personally,
absolutely,
you were cool for the
absolutely. Sace was always and always will be like a brother. I love the dude. My boy back used to live there. His family lived there. My boy White Boy, all them, you know, all these people used to, you know, I knew a lot of people there. A lot of people. My niece's dad, Mark, they all came from in there. I knew all these guys, never had issues with none of these guys in Davidson. There was a different thing that popped off. It popped. Yeah.
Because TUD and Cuban have said similar things to me. They said like outside of pun, Joe didn't want others to shine because of the ranch affiliation, and the Lil Vills was closer to the ranch as far as like the age group and who they were, you know, siding with or whatever.
That's their story. I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? That's what Cuban would say. And what TUD would say, that's something that they were involved in, that they were probably there I'll say Cuban because I know TUD was never in a discussion with Joe. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Because Joe wouldn't even rock with people. Joe rocks with certain people and don't fuck with certain people. And that's just the way it's always been. You know what I mean? But I'm sure that what Cuban said, 100% I believe it.
Because Cuban was saying that Joe never liked Triple Sace. What'd you think about that?
I don't know about that. I know he nigga ain't like me. I know that shit.
You guys were really cool at one point though.
At one point, but it was like you know, after the fact, when you see everything that he said, you know what I'm saying, behind my back, you know, that Cubans told me, that my cousins Mark and Gilly told me, You feel what I'm saying? Like, yo,
Right.
and the stories that was being said behind my back, then, I don't know. I think that it wasn't, I just think that it was, coming up that he felt I was more of a shooter. You know what I'm saying? He felt more that, and I'm gonna tell you something. And I remember when we was in the elevator, coming down from Joe's house, and rest in peace, Toom, was in the elevator, and I was in there with my squad. It was me, Rock Roan, Teak, Flav, hitters. These were like, they used to call us the Four Horsemen on the low, because we used to, it was crazy, dude. So we was in the elevator, we was coming down and shit. I remember the shit that Tone said one day. We were all in there. Rock, all these motherfuckers could tell you. He looked at Joe straight up right in front of our faces and told Joe, yo, these are the motherfuckers that you want around you when shit pop off. Straight up. And that's just the way that it was, my dude, because it was real. And it ain't about sugarcoating or putting popcorn or fucking caramel on shit or salt and pepper on shit. It's just being honest, man. I'm not glorifying shit. I'm just being honest, telling the truth. That's all. You know what I mean? That's all. But I just felt like everything I heard is like he just used us for protection. You know what I mean? Like he went to the club and made sure that we came. Yo, we're going to the club, get in the van. He wouldn't ask you to get in the van. He wouldn't ask you to go to the club. He'd be like, yo, get in the van. We're going to the club. And of course, we in the block, we like, oh shit, let's go. So we'll jump in the van. But when you think about it now, just years and whatever, and you think about it, you like, damn, man, motherfucker was just using us. You know what I'm saying? As muscle. Just like he was using, to me, my opinion, he was using all these guys through the whole Terror Squad record label thing as muscle. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like brotherhood and, you know what I'm saying? Let's, it wasn't that. You know what I mean? Yeah, he probably picked up a couple of checks and shit for dinner for everybody and shit like that, made everybody feel good. But I just felt that was that. But, it didn't bother me when I heard what he said, that, he didn't like a nigga, this and that, blah, blah. And then like Cuban, everybody else was like, yo, I don't know why he didn't like him at the time. But now they know, because what I was accused of, you know what I'm saying? That he accused me of being involved in Tone, and, Tone's murder, which was an absolute lie, which I don't even, to this day, I don't even know why the fuck he would say something like that.
So to bring it back, right, to what you were saying, this was like kind of like similar to what Charlie Rock had said. He felt like when he was locked up, he was always getting shouted out by Joe, right? On songs and everything. And he thought it was Joe showing him love. But after the fact, he started to believe that it was Joe trying to have that more of a street cred by calling him out.
I believe it. I believe it because it happened to me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, this is something I could answer, even though I wasn't there. Even though Charlie Rock was my guy, too, coming up. And, we, of course, complete lost contact when he went to prison, period. And then, I'm a predicate, so I can't go to prison to see him. You know what I'm saying? And not a predator, niggas. Don't get it twisted. It's not predator. Predicate, it means it's somebody that was consistently going to jail. That's
right.
what that
Thank
means.
you for clarifying that, because ignorant motherfuckers in the comments gonna be like,
motherfucker, be like, yo, Six said he was a predator. No, I didn't say that.
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Yeah. But so I couldn't go see him. I wasn't allowed. You can't go to the prison and visit somebody when you have a criminal record and stuff like that, felonies and everything. I couldn't go see him or whatever. Keep it 100. I didn't write nothing like that. At that time you just lose contact with somebody. And then when somebody come out of jail, oh shit, what up, my dude? And then that's where it is. You continue from there. But by the time he came out of prison, I was already here, made my life in Florida. So, I don't know. I talk to him every now and then behind the scenes, but it wasn't nothing like crazy. Like, big reunited shit. No, it wasn't nothing like that. Not that there was anything, with me and Charlie. I mean, I love Charlie, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of the things that Charlie said were true. And some of it was, of course, questionable. I'm sure people feel that way about me too. Some of the things that I say is questionable, but I wasn't there. You always got to
account for somebody's perception of things, right? Like that's their truth from their perspective. So
that's their truth.
Yeah.
Like Cuban's truth, that's Cuban's truth. The only difference too with Cuban's truth is that a lot of people witness that fucking truth. To this day, they witness it. You know what I'm saying? But as for all that other stuff, man, I don't even know. I didn't even look at the interview with dude because I didn't want to get mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I already know ahead of time, like, you can't you can't talk my story, man, if you wasn't next to me bleeding.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you was not next to me bleeding and catching what I caught, you cannot tell my story. You can't. So,
but I want to double back.
Tell your story.
I want to double back on what you were saying, where you said that, people was riding with Joe and he was using them for like security or for whatever purposes, right? And he might have picked up a few checks. But
that's my opinion. That's how I felt. After the fact, that's what I feel. Yeah.
But didn't you see that video of what he said? He said he spent like $30,000 on picking up the check all the time, and that's how he went broke.
You know what? Either I'm going to say something. Either people are scared to talk about it. And these people that said that they were real niggas, real gangster niggas and blah, blah, blah. But they're not telling the truth. If there was any truth to it, then what could we say about it? You know what I'm saying? And nobody's come out and was like, yo, I was there. That motherfucker ain't spent 30,000 on the table. He ain't spend this, he ain't spend that. None of these real gangster niggas that was terror squad are coming out saying nothing, right? You know what I mean? So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's true, what's not true, or anything like that. I know one thing that is true. I wasn't there.
Right.
I wasn't there.
So to go back to what you were saying about being in the elevator, right? Do you think that Joe has like a insecurity thing at times where like people are perceived to be better than he is in certain categories, like rapping, or to be more tough, and then he develops like a dislike for them?
I think so. Let me tell you. I think so, and I'm going to tell you why. Just to like off the record or whatever. I had at the time. Now I'm very seasoned. I'll go up with anybody bar for bar. Very seasoned. Fuck with me if you want. You know what I mean? But at the time, I had a specific style. And I think you played the first to people and let people hear the first freestyle that me, Pun, and Cuban did together that people ever heard. You know what I'm saying? So I had a whole different style. And at that time, I was doing a lot of horrorcore shit. You know what I'm saying?
But that freestyle had that style in general from everybody that was on it, though. Cuban
it's because that's how we all started. We were all doing that.
Right.
That's what Full Eclipse was known for. We were known for doing that horrorcore shit. That's how we were coming up. And then shit just changed into like, I would say more of Pun and Cuban changed everything when they started just going ham on just bar for bar verses and all that and punchlines and all that. And then that's when we came in after that, when they were like, yo, you got to do it like this. Real talk. Yo, you got to write it like this. You got to do it like this and that. You got to match what we doing, everything. And then everything came together as a crew like that, right? But the reason I wanted to say this was because when we used to do the shows, when I used to go with Joe to do the shows, and everybody can tell you this, from Little Heck to everybody that went with us, from the GQs to the Pahitan, to the Power, to the even Giz, when Giz was alive, God bless the dead. Everybody that used to run with us, that we used to go to the clubs and everything. Even Flex, God bless the dead. He can't speak. My boy Alpo, he's still alive, thank God. You know what I'm saying? But these dudes like this, these guys from other blocks, from Caldwell, from Bronx River, from all these different places, the original real Pistol Pete that I know of. You know what I'm saying? From our way, all these cats could tell you. They all could tell you the history of when Joe used to go to the clubs and do music, because we used to all go to the clubs to be there for Joe. And then I was his hype man. Everybody could tell you what they used to say. While Joe was spitting, they'll be like, pass the mic to Sid, pass the mic to Toom, because at the time it was Toom. You know what I mean? Before I changed the name to the Sick One with Full Eclipse. They was like, pass the mic to Toom, pass the mic to Toom, everybody. Because when I used to get on the mic, it was a whole different vibe. Whole different thing. So it was funny when he used to be like, oh, yeah, Toom, the Sick One, original guy from the squad, but he was trash. Nah, my dude, that was your opinion, your thought, but you never wanted to fuck with a nigga. You know what I'm saying? When it came to that, never did. But it's all good. You know what I'm saying? You can say what he wants, say all of that shit. But I'll go up with dude bar for bar right now. Everybody. You know what I mean? But that's just the way that it is.
Because I was talking to Sace, and he said that Joe thought you were whack as a rapper, but Sace always thought you were better than Joe. That's what he told me straight up.
Yeah. That's what everybody thought. That's what everybody said. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when he made that comment, I was like, oh shit, that's cool. He told the truth for once and said sick from the squad, from the block. He was original Terror Squad. So the truth. But then he just went fucking left and started fucking lying right after that. But that's the way he did. That's the way he is. That's the way he is, man. And that's the part I don't respect. I just don't respect.
Because I know that Cuban was saying that like Joe would make up excuses behind the scenes and be like, oh, Toom did me dirty. That's the reason why I don't want to rock with him. And like it was difficult for him.
Let me tell you something.
Hear.
So what does this tell you? Right? What does this tell you about the sick one? Let's be 100. Oh, Toom did me dirty. He did this and he did that to me behind my back, right? But this was Fat Joe the gangster. Why didn't he handle the sick one? Why didn't he take care of his problem? Why? Why didn't he take care of the issue? He was Fat Joe the big gangster, right? He was the one that went against Boy George. He's the one that went against all these big time murderers, drug dealers in the Bronx. But this one dude, the sick one, you knew where my mama live at. You know where I live at. You know, I slept on benches in the fucking park. You could have came to the park and stabbed me. You know what I'm saying? Why would you say, oh, but he did me dirty? Oh, this and that. No, dude, I ain't do you dirty. You know why you never fucking rocked on me, nigga, or even try to rock on me? Was because you know we would have been dancing, dude, and it would have been the most dangerous shit in the block. Number one. And number two, it's because I never did you dirty like that. Like you're saying, you're a fucking liar. Never did that. That's why I was like baffled. Like when I hear the stories after the fact, I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Only thing I ever did was run for you. You know what I'm saying? Ran with you. Wherever you wanted us to go, we were there. We were there, like no questions asked. Yo, get in the van. No questions asked. Where are we going to fucking kill everybody or we're going to die? No, we'll jump in the van. Yo, we going to Southern Boulevard to catch all these fucking bootleggers and break their legs. I was there. We were there. Let's go. I just don't get it. I don't understand.
You guys never had like a real fallout where it was like a moment that you got into an argument or anything like that that made it seem like, okay, now it's time to go separate ways?
Nah. Nope, never. Only time was that time when I told you that when he came with Tone and Smiley, the other two dudes over there at the time were alive. You know, God bless the dead. And you know, and they try to run up on me.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And after that, it just changed. Everything changed. You feel what I'm saying? Everything changed after that. Still rocked in the block. Still did me. Still did what I had to do or whatever. And then you know, and then these dudes passed. And when they passed, And then I really fuck with Joe or rock with Joe like that, heavy like that no more, until the Full Eclipse thing happened. And when the Full Eclipse thing started happening, that's when he tried, you know, when he was getting in there, trying to get involved or whatever. Like he said, the first time he heard anything or heard pun or heard all of that was in the block in the front of the store. No, it wasn't. It wasn't even that. It wasn't even. I don't even know what Cuban is not even saying this part. He actually heard us when we was in the radio station. When we was in Hot 97, when we was at the stripper place where Cuban almost got killed because of fucking Tony Sunshine, where he got stabbed at, when we was up there doing some open mic thing at a stripper place. And then we ended up winning the stripper place thing, open mic. And then we ended up going to a show with Melly Mel. And Melly Mel had a show that was called the Mike Check Show. And that's when we all went up there to the Mike Check Show. And it was very, very popular show in New York on Hot 97. And we started freestyling on the radio that, like, I think I told you this before, nobody knew that we were all Hispanic.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That you know, me and Pum was Puerto Rican, that Cuban was Cuban, and Sace was Dominican. That wasn't even our names back then. It was always the sick one. It was Punisher, Moondog Punisher, Triple Sace. And it was a lyrical assassin before it was Cuban Link, before it was Triple, you know, before all of that. Oh, it was actually Joker Jam, not even Triple Six. I'm bugging. But after the fact is when everybody's names, changed and came up. But that was the first time he ever heard us three. And then that's when he stepped in and was like, yeah, these are my guys from the block. No, we weren't. We were doing our own thing. And that's when he stepped in at that time and said that. And then the thing at the block happened, yes. But the part that he left us standing in the middle of the street and he left in the car with Panda, that didn't happen. Not like that. Not like that. But, I'm only speaking of what I saw when I was there. Everything that happened when I wasn't there, I don't fucking know. I can't say nothing.
Right.
I can't.
Did you rap in the halls of hell?
Yeah.
Paint the scene for us. What was the halls of hell like?
Very small fucking hallway, crazy small. It was like an acrylic window, so that the base was bananas on that shit. And I remember all the time, Sace used to be doing the beat. Sace used to always be doing a beat on the window and then spitting and shit like that. And then everybody used to just go in a cipher. And then there was at times there was 15 people in there in a cipher. So it wasn't only me, Cuban, Sace, Pun. No, dude, there was a lot of fucking rappers in the block. A lot of rappers in the block.
Was this just randomly throughout the day, or was it like at a specific time?
Oh, nah. It was, it wasn't random. I don't know that part. I know the part when I would walk in and see it and be like, oh shit. And then I'll go in the hallway or whatever, or, and things like that. Or I'll go pick up Cuban or whatever. Or they'll be like, yo, we're going to be in the halls of hell. And I'll be like, all right, I'll go over there later and I'm doing my thing. And then I'll go show up over there. And then we're just there in the hallway drinking, everybody smoking. I never smoked. But I drank. I used to always drink. I used to always have my private stock. And then, and that's it. We used to be in the hallway drinking, sharing 40s and shit. You can't do that shit no more. You can't share fucking 40s with nobody with all this fucking all this virus shit going on. But back in the days, nigga, we was some nasty niggas. We used to fucking share 40s. Remember, we used to do that. But that was brotherhood, man. You know what I mean? Can't do that shit now.
So during the times with the halls of hell, right, was it just like more cipher based, or was it like one-on-one battles?
No battles. I don't remember no battles like that. What I do remember was just a lot of lyrical people, very talented people in the hallway. Surprisingly talented. Like you never even know this person was a fucking rapper. And the next thing you know, he starts spitting and you're like, oh shit, fire. You know what I'm saying? So there was a lot of good artists, like rappers that came from like, I would say from the Lilvilles and from Davidson. I wouldn't necessarily say at that time from Forest, because Forest, there was already established people. You got DITC, you had Big L at the time, Lord Finesse, all these other cats, they already have big names for themselves. But as an underground street dudes trying to rap and spin and stuff like that, I think the best artists, rappers, like spitters, ball for ball, were from Lilville and from Davidson and from the Ranch.
Did you know?
Definitely.
Did you know DITC like personally and Big L?
Yeah, I knew all them cats. I knew all the cats from the block and stuff like that. Definitely. Not break bread type shit like that with them, but we all knew of each other because I was in Forest, dude. We was all in Forest. Everybody and their mother knew who the fuck Terror Squad was. So everybody knew who the hitters from Terror Squad was and all of that because we the ones that made noise. You feel what I'm saying? There was the difference. We had some people that didn't make noise and just was laid back and, just chill, drink, and we, whatever. You know what I mean? But it didn't take away from them being squad members. You know what I'm saying? We will do everything for each other. Period. It didn't matter what was going on. We always did everything for each other. And to be real with you, man, I think about that now. I don't even see. I know that like cats had arguments with each other, but as in real big fallouts, like backstabbing each other, coming. Dude, that's one thing I could say about us, man. That never happened. That never happened with us, man. We always stuck together, and there was always a guy that'll step in and stop anything from happening. You know what I'm saying? Always there was somebody. Oh, whoa, hold the fuck up. And then the next thing you know, it was done. Fucking like Heck. Lil Heck was one of the main guys that always did that. Never let something go overboard with anybody. It was pretty dope, man.
So after our last interview, Cuban shared some of his feelings about the things you said, and he didn't agree with you saying Joe is a real dude when it comes to the streets. I tried to explain that you were talking about the street side of things, like him holding his own in the streets, and he's not talking about the industry stuff. Like that's different. Like what he did in the industry is different than what you're referring to, right? Man, roll the clip. But to be fair though, right? Toom was saying that he was real in the streets as far as being a fighter.
Yeah.
What he did in the industry after those years is separate from that. And I think that
but that didn't happen in the industry between him and him. Between him and Joe, that happened before the industry.
I know, but he was saying that Joe was real as far as being a real fighter in the streets. Like he's not a punk. That's what he meant by Joe being real.
I don't think but I know. I agree.
But people that watched that clip got upset because they were saying, how can you be real if you steal from your brother and you do this and you do that, right?
That's the part.
I know, but what he did in the industry is different. That's not what Toom was talking about, though. That's not what Toom was talking about.
I understand, but that's the problem when you give somebody props like that in this podium where it's like, it's like...
It could be misconstrued, is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
Right. It's like, I mean, I see where Toom is going. See, growing up, he's trying to change his life. He really doesn't want to hold on to no bad, you know what I'm saying? Now that I'm at war for fucking 30 years, niggas want to bake their fucking life like, you know what I'm saying? And I can't blame them.
It's not 30 years yet.
They don't want problems.
It's 23 years.
Well, to me, I know that, but me, I rounded off to the nearest fucking century. You know me.
Century?
So,
I just think that with Cuban, he has a lot of animosity, a lot of anger, and given he has the right for that. But what I was speaking of was 1000% in the street when we was in the streets. Like, remember, Cuban came afterwards also. He wasn't there from the beginning.
Right.
From the beginning where we all ran in the streets and the beginning of Terror Squad and the shit that we did in the block, a lot of things that we did at parties, a lot of things that we did at the centers and at the Crotona Park pool. Dude, a lot of shit, a lot of foul, grimy shit that we did. And he wasn't
just to
there.
remind people, you saw Joe put up his hands and fight people. You said that he wasn't a shooter, but he did handle his business when it came to his knuckle game.
Joe used to always come and get us. No bullshit. Always came and got us when he had beef. When he had a problem with somebody, when he had beef with somebody, he would always come get us. We'll all go with him 50, 60 deep because that's how much of us was in one block. We was like, it was crazy. Like, it was crazy, dog. We was always together. It was a big clique. And we used to always be together. We used to roll together. And when Joe used to have beef with anybody, we used to roll with Joe. But when we get there, you know what I'm saying, and the dude, whoever Joe had beef with, it was always with the hands. It was never to that point. There was a couple of situations when it turned to guns type thing, but not with Joe, not for Joe. There was other things that happened with, that guns came out. But with everything with Joe, but from what I saw, Joe always threw his hands, always, saying stuff like that. And then after the fact, then 60 people will be on that dude and practically forget about it. It was just not a good scene after that.
So Joe always won?
I mean, as in what I saw with fights and stuff like that, I've never seen, Joe got punched in his face a couple of times. But Joe punched niggas in their face too a couple of times. I'm not gonna take that away from anything, from being real.
Right.
I'm not gonna take away from that. Now, when I talk about that, now we talking about we used to run up on shit with the guns and everything, and then Joe used to be like, out the MPV with the gun, bang, 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 or just run up or pistol whip somebody or do never that, never, ever that, never that. You know what I'm saying? So. All of us used to take the blunts for all of that. We were the ones that would carry the guns for Joe. And I know that I wasn't there at this part from where they was already doing shows and they was already popular radio, Terror Squad and all that stuff and everything like that. It was the same situation because niggas would tell me straight up, oh, this happened, that happened. You know what I'm saying? Fucking, I was holding Burn. I was holding this. I was holding that. Had Joe's back. I used to make sure that Joe go in the car. And then that's just telling me that it never changed. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. People were there just for security purpose. You know what I'm saying? Security purpose. That's it. That's it. It wasn't nothing else. That's why you have like for example your other guy.
Who?
Let's see if you know what I'm talking about.
Who's my other guy?
Your other guy.
TA?
He is. It's like TA. It's just like TA.
Right.
Like TA was there for all of this stuff. He has his story, right?
Right.
He has his truth. And he sees all of this shit, right? And it was all, things are adding up. But, and I'm not saying nothing or making it up, but from hearing what I'm hearing, TA was used as a pawn as well.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, TA, go do this. TA, go do that. TA, go rock this nigga. Go rock that nigga. But why you can't do it yourself? You know why? Because you can't.
To be fair though, okay? Because do you think that it's smarter for Joe, since he is the main celebrity and the breadwinner, to not do that?
Listen, I hear what you're going to get to. I know what you're going to get to. But let me tell you something. Don't glorify or say that you say something, that you're something, and you're not. You can't claim full gangster, but you never popped off. You never popped off. And when I say popped off, I'm talking about, with the burners, or, you always got a burner on you, always carrying, all that shit. And gangsters do that. You know why? Because gangsters are the only niggas that people be looking at to pop at. You feel what I'm saying? So you got to have all that. You can't claim all of these different things, but how can you claim it? You can't claim that. You can't claim that. It's just crazy to me, man.
Don't you think that's part of the whole rapper persona though? Like, to be like, I'm real tough. I'm I'm that dude.
But look what happens to those dudes. Look what happens to those dudes when the truth come out. You know what I mean? Joe is seasoned already. Joe's been in this game for so many years. All right. Joe's a different character. You feel what I'm saying? He played the part so well. When you play the part so well, you win Oscars. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
He already won the Hood Oscar. He already won the Hood Oscar. So he's already in the books, in the record books, as a winner.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And, he's become one of the best storytellers in fucking entertainment business history.
That's a fact.
One of the best storytellers in entertainment history. Now, are all the stories true? No, they're not.
Well, you just saw him come out and he said, I lied in 95% of my rhymes. What did you think about that?
I didn't hear it because I don't follow Joe, bro. I don't follow shit like that.
Oh, you did? So you didn't know about that?
I didn't know about
he was
that,
on some major TV network and he said that I lied in 95% of my rhymes.
Was it in that Spanish interview he did?
I don't remember the exact interview. I think it was.
That was an interview that he did, right? It's a real big fucking Spanish dude. It's called Maduro. I forgot his name, but he's one of the biggest podcasters in Puerto Rico. Big time dude. Very big. And Fat Joe just did an interview with him a month ago or something. And his interview he was talking in Spanish. Like, it was kind of weird because I never really heard Joe talking in full sentences in Spanish. But he was doing the best he can as a New Yorker trying to talk Spanish. But he said some stuff in that interview that a lot of the guys' jaws dropped. He was saying that I know
what you're talking about. But people were criticizing his Spanish too. People were like, "Oh, his Spanish is terrible."
Yeah, but I wouldn't criticize him, man, because I speak like that too. You know what I'm saying? I got that chop. I got that chop Spanish too. You know what I mean? I can't speak it like perfect. Right. There's some things, and I always fuck up something. I always fuck up some word. When I'm saying
you understand better than you can speak, right?
1,000,000% could understand that. I can understand Italian. All of that. I just can't really speak it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So. With the Puerto Rican thing, I could speak Spanish. I could speak fluent Spanish, but is it correct? No, not not 100% correct. Correct to everybody is island Puerto Rico speaking.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the but you know, I'm from New York and that I was raised speaking 3 different languages. So it was different to me.
So what did he say that made people's jaws drop?
When he was saying that he was a bichote, he was like, I was a bichote. Now, if you don't know what bichote means that you was the biggest motherfucker in the Bronx. That you was that guy. You was that big. You was the biggest dude. And that was like for our hood heroes, that was a slap in the face to all the hood heroes. You know what I mean?
Right.
And when I say hood heroes, to us was the people that we used to look up to glorify them, like, oh shit, that motherfucker's rich in the hood, which was Boy George, which was, you know, all these cats and shit, the Paulies, the Opies, the Chickie. I don't even know why the Chickie story hasn't come out yet. Somebody please do this story with Chickie. Chickie was the biggest.
I know.
Monstro in the fucking Bronx. And I can't believe the history of him has not come out yet. And free Chickie, please, free Chickie, everybody.
People told me I need to interview him. They said that
if he even gives an interview, because I think he's turned down a lot of interviews, and I think his price tag is very high.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, for his family. You know, because he's still got to, you know, for to get that money for his family. But man, Chick is a bichote. That's the fucking bichote. You know what I mean?
So what else did he say that made people's jaw drop?
That was one of the main things that I just seen, and I really didn't rock the interview. There's a lot of things I support and a lot of things I don't support. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I just, you know, to me, him, you know, from what was said about me. You understand what I'm saying? Directly. Like, to me, whether it was behind the scenes or whatever, most of it was behind the scenes because it's never been said to my fucking face. But from behind the scenes that was said about me and all the accusations that, you know, was said about me, especially what he said about Tone and Masmali, all these people and all that, I just don't follow him like that. Right. I don't care. I don't give a fuck what he got to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about none of that shit. People text me to this day. I could show you text messages of my guys texting me on inserts from his book. Yo, look what the fuck he said here. He's fucking lying. He's a liar. That never happened. Well, I'm like, I don't fucking care, man. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, you're not going to gain nothing out of none of that. That's why I never, all right, look, if I would have stuck to all the drama, right? If I would have stuck to all the bullshit, and if I would have stuck to doing this and doing that, I guarantee you my life would not have been the way that it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't have been. I never focused on none of that energy, never focused on none of that bullshit. The reason why is because I know what I'm capable of. A lot of people know what I'm capable of. And, you know, I just wanted to take my kids out of a situation and put them in a great situation and build from there. And I'm glad I did that. That's what I did. And I did it on my own. I didn't do it through music. I didn't do it through standing next to another man. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Or protecting some other nigga that I know ain't give 2 fucks about me. You know what I'm saying? And you know, or eating off somebody else that I know when it's over, you gotta fucking eat off your own plate. You know what I'm saying? So I feel the shit that TA is saying. You know what I mean? Because TA was running with the dude, you know, on some good shit or whatever. And then like TA, like everybody else, wakes up and starts seeing shit and starts noticing that some ain't right. Some bullshit going on. And then, you know, behind the back, you know, you start seeing that you're getting pulled out and somebody's getting pulled in. And what happens is you're being replaced. You feel what I'm saying? Very slowly and very nicely, but in that way. And dude noticed what the fuck was going on. And he got too much truth. He got a lot of stories. He got a lot of true stories. So, you know, everything.
So when you first saw the TA thing, right? Were you surprised?
Nah, because I'll be honest with you, I didn't know who TA was, because I don't fuck with. I never rock with that shit after I left and after I
Right.
was doing my thing. So I didn't know who TA was. I didn't
But
know who
after
he
you
was at
started
all.
to consume the content, like were you like kind of like, wow, like this, there might be some truth to this? Like, what was your like reaction? Or
No, I knew there was a lot of truth to it. You know, a lot of it I think is added to it. You know, just because, you know, there's anger and shit. This dude causes a lot of anger to people. Like, he makes motherfuckers lose their minds. But I think most of it, of what he's saying, is the truth. It's a lot of truth. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of truth. He blew up his spot and a lot of different things. Blew up his spot. You know,
Yeah.
so all this shit about the chicks and all that. I can say I believe that, because there's a lot of shit that was done even when I was doing my own thing with the music, and when we was on the road, and the shit that we were doing with females and females with us, and I was like, God damn, you know, that's something that really happens. So that shit that he was saying, all of that, and was shit that really happens. The licking the asshole thing and all that, I don't know. I think that was like really extra. You know what I'm saying? That shit was crazy extra. But
wait, so you didn't believe the licking of the asshole part?
I don't want to think about it. So I don't want to fucking think about that shit. I'm not even trying to think about none of it. Somebody's fucking licking Fat Joe's ass. I don't even want to walk in the door to see that shit.
The description where he's like the asshole juice and all this stuff, I'm like, bro, that's
I know that's
OD.
the extra. I know that's the extra shit, you know what I'm saying, with what he's saying and stuff like that. Definitely the extra stuff.
You didn't want to even think about the asshole licking and the ass juice and all that stuff. That's OD.
Come on, dude. You're gonna think about this big fat motherfucker with his ass bent over, and I'm sure he has like a fucking million pimples on his back.
Come on, man.
For some reason, I don't know, like big fat guys like that have like a million pimples on their fucking back. I can't imagine none of that shit, bro. So, you know, that shit had me dying laughing when he said that. But I know with the juice and all that shit, that's extra. Because I know TA wasn't standing there going like this. Is that juice leaking out his ass? I'm sure he wasn't doing that.
But you got to admit that the interviews are so entertaining, the way when he starts to try to mock Joe. Harder, TA, harder. That shit's crazy.
But that's entertaining. And you know what's crazy, right? Is that, like, you see how like his demeanor, like TA's demeanor, his attitude, that's crew shit. That's how we act. You know what I'm saying? We always joking with each other and we do shit like that. That's actually physically how, you know, I don't know if he would say if I'm correct or not, but I know with my part, like the way his demeanor is, the way he talk and the joking and all of that, that's what we do on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? From when we came up, and I know he got that off of like them, you know what I'm saying, on that part and stuff like that. But I believe him. I believe him on what he says. He was there. That's his truth. That's his stories. And his stories add up a lot. You know what I'm saying? Some stuff is not like, to me, it's not like he's lying about stuff. I just think that on some stuff he throws extra shit on it to dramatize it.
A little
more.
extra sauce.
But yeah, an extra sauce. But the dialogue is, I don't think he's fabricating that.
Wow.
I don't think he's lying about that shit. I don't. Trust me, he does a lot of stuff too. That he was there. He was there on tour when Joe was behind closed doors. You know, when his wifey wasn't there and stuff like that, and you know, shit be happening. You know, I hear the stories or whatever. You know, I'm not gonna talk down about nobody because, you know, about the wife or nobody like that, because I don't know her. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna say nothing negative, because somebody say something negative about my wife, I'm coming to see you.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? But anybody come see me, they're not leaving. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna stay with me for a while. But I'm not gonna say nothing negative about that.
The whole thing, right? The whole thing is like, some of the stuff seems so crazy. The details seem so crazy, but then like, my thing is like, who's just sitting around making this up if it's not true?
That's what I'm saying. That I don't think he's lying about nothing. I think he's just adding the extra sauce to dramatize it and make it more funnier, make it more explicit or whatever. But the context of it is to me, is what he's saying is true. A lot of the stuff that, like, who makes that shit up? You can't make that up.
Right.
And I know, man, I've been in the entertainment business on my own. I've been on the road. I've done all of that. You know what I'm saying? And I know what we've done. And it's kind of not
Wait.
far
Don't
from,
you got to?
well, not the ass licking.
Yeah, that's what I was
No
about to
ass,
say. You got to clarify. You got to clarify.
nobody in my crew. We don't get no. We don't get no. Nobody in my crew get their ass licked. I don't know if they do shit behind closed doors when I'm not there, but I know when we were on the road, we did our thing. We had our fun or whatever. You know what I'm saying? There was no ass licking over here.
But you
That's
see
fucked up.
the extent that some groupies are willing to go, so it's still believable in your eyes. As far as like that happening.
Well, the reason I believe this because he said I think they were French or Spain or some shit like that, right?
Yeah, French.
Yeah,
French.
because there's nobody in the fucking Bronx gonna lick Fat Joe's ass. So it had to be some third world motherfucking chick, some chick from some third world planet or some shit that thought that that's okay. You know what I'm saying? That they do that shit in England and lick ass in England. They don't do that shit here in the States, not that I know of. So that's why I believe it. Joe got his ass licked.
All right. What he said, Joe said that he lied in 95% of his rhymes, right? He said that on the Gayle King and Charles Barkley show.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so he said that. He said, How
did he follow up after that? What did he say?
He said, I've been rapping professionally for 30 years. I've lied in almost 95% of my songs. I'm being honest. I write like I feel that day. I'm just being creative. You couldn't build a jail high enough for the lyrics I've said on songs, which are all untrue.
Wow. I didn't hear that. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that. Well, he's trying to cover up or some shit? I don't know.
So Cuban's perspective on it is that he's trying to clean up his image because he's moving into politics. Because now you've seen him with Kamala Harris. You see him with the Bronx borough president, Ruben Diaz. So it's like he's trying. Cuban's way was saying that, yo, you got tired of the small pond that you're in. Now the beluga's moving over to some other lake or something like that.
So what you're saying is what he's doing is that he's
because I don't know if you know, but he supposedly also sold his catalog recently too.
I don't know, but what you're saying is that what he did was what he's saying was his whole life and his whole stories, everything he's ever said and done was all fabricated.
I guess, but Cuban also said that it's easy to say that because if you didn't write most of your rhymes, it's not personal to you in a way that you would want to. You know how like when you write your own stuff, it's like you're bearing your soul.
Yeah, but that means that you're a glorified liar. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just following the context of listening to what you just said and the way that I would take it. It's like you're a glorified liar. That means that everything you said was a lie. Everything you told the hood was a lie. Everything you told everybody to buy your record and spend $1 on your record, you lied to that person to buy your record. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And all the stories that you said, your bichote, your big gangster, and all of this shit, that means that what everybody's been saying, listen, everybody, this is what I'm saying. That means that what everybody has been saying, all the people that were saying, that he lied about this, he lied about that, he lied about this, he's a liar about that, his book is a lie, everything in the book is a lie. Did he just admit that everybody was true? Everybody was saying the truth?
Yeah, I don't know, but not too long after he came out with that, he said the other 5%, he put this in an Instagram post, and it's a picture of him as a younger kid holding a gun, pointing at the camera. He said that this is the other 5%.
I've never seen that 5%. That's a picture. It's not reality. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I could take a fucking picture with Madonna and say I fucked her. And that's not true. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I could do that too. Anybody could take a picture. How many people be like, yo, let me get your gun. Let me get your gun. And take a picture with a gun back in the days. Or even today. Everybody does that. Everybody does that. No. Listen. I don't know. I got caught off guard because I didn't know about that interview. And when he said that, I'm just taking it in context as me being a hood nigga and me being a follower of other rappers and stuff like that. And you know, and that's crazy. Because that means that everybody that's been saying everything that they've been saying, we're saying the truth. You just admitted it. You just admitted it. What you're saying is that 5% of the people out of the 100 were lying. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But 95% of the people were telling the truth the whole time. I don't know.
It's
that's kind of crazy.
I don't think that he cares too much about that though, because it does seem like he's moving on to something else.
He's been moved on. I've been told everybody that he's just doing what he's doing. He's changing his whole perspective of everything that he's doing, which is what you're supposed to do if you're going to be in the entertainment business and be around millionaires,
the picture,
and billionaires and all of that. Dude, I guarantee you the picture, the person that took the picture, that's his gun.
So the whole time you've known Joe, you never seen him with any heat?
Never, ever, ever seen him with nothing when we was coming up. And I was there when we were coming up. You feel what I'm saying? I was there when we were coming up. I never seen him with nothing like that. Or run up on somebody or nothing like that. Nothing. Damn, bro, I got to fucking shave. Damn, my nigga. I look like my cousin. I look like Gilly, right?
So, have you ever heard of Meeple Madness?
Meeple?
Yeah.
Give me more.
I don't know if I asked you this last time. Forgive me, because it was a 4.5 hour interview, so it was so much that we covered. But I'm pretty sure.
Long, bro.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't ask you this, but it's a guy that supposedly kidnapped Joe.
Oh, I never heard of that. I'll be honest, I never heard of that.
But did you see his picture though?
I seen the picture. Dude looks super familiar, but I never heard of a kidnapping of Joe or anything like. And I'll be honest with you, and I think I told you this before, that if that would have happened for real, and I'm not saying that whoever said it is lying. Maybe I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Right.
But if that was real, we would have been the first ones to know about that shit. Because Joe would have came to the block and got all the armor and got us. We're the armor.
Right.
We're the armory. We're the army. He would have came and got the fucking militants. And we didn't know the militants were not called to duty that day.
Got you.
So I don't know about that. I don't know how true that is. And if somebody kidnapped me and I get away from that shit, I'm gonna kill his whole fucking entire family.
Right. So you also had a problem with some of the stuff that Cuban said in the interviews after, right? Cuban felt like you were being more like politically correct, or in your old age trying to be more mature and not trying to go
that motherfucker, yo,
go all the way and call Joe out.
That the problem is not that I had a problem with it. It was more that I think he's misunderstanding what's being said. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's missing, and he's fucking retarded, nigga. He was just in my living room and we was fucking like going at it for fucking like 2 hours. Even my wife was in the middle of that shit for no reason.
Wait, you guys were going at it? Like what?
Just going at it, nigga, like, fucking Joe, this and that. All this shit. We was in my living room just going at it, but it was, on the brotherly shit. Not on no fucking, not like that, but we was going at, because that's what we do. We laugh at each other, and then we accuse each other of shit. But I just think that that he just took it in the wrong context. Everything that I'm saying, what I'm saying about Joe, about him being, he was a real nigga, he was a real dude. I'm saying it in the sense of him in the streets, when we was running in the streets, even before Cuban, that he would stand up for himself. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll fight motherfuckers and all that. Gun wise, no, he's never did that. Pistol whip, blah, blah, blah. No, he's never done that. Never. But as in him running away from a fight or turning down a fight or anything like that, nah, didn't see that. Never seen that. Because we was there when we was on the battles and fights and all that shit, the fight in the blocks and all of that. And when he was there, because I would say 90% of the times when we were at wars with all these blocks and these street teams and all these, like, old street gangs, the power rules and the mini mobs and all of this and all of these people around there, everybody used to fight each other and, whatever. We used to run up on blocks and all that. Joe wasn't there. Joe wasn't involved in that. He'll hear it afterwards. he'll hear about it after, like, oh shit, yo, y'all fucking ran up and things like that. Yeah, but he wasn't with us when we was on some real, when we was on that real fucking, on that flip shit. We wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? With us like that. We were there when he would call us to his problems. You understand what I'm saying?
Wait, so you guys never called him to join you guys to do that?
Never, because he wasn't around like that. Joe wasn't around like that.
What do you mean by that?
He wasn't around when we was in the block. Joe used to come and go in the block. We'll be in the block like 100 deep. It would be us. Let me tell you something. The guy was the guy. He keeps saying he's the guy, right? Terror Squad. He's the guy. He wasn't the guy. The guy was us. We were Terror Squad.
Right.
Was us. And the guy we looked up to at the time was Little Heck. That's who we had as the head of our unit. You feel what I'm saying? Where, like, when you go to the block or anything like that, you talk about Terror Squad, you first thing to pop up is Little Heck. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was the head of our fucking unit. Joe was not the head of our unit. I don't know why he keeps saying that. He wasn't. He was part of the Terror Squad. He was part of our block squad. He was one of the originators because he's actually lives in Forest Projects. I didn't live in Forest Projects. I lived 1-2 blocks away from Forest, but I was in Forest 24/7. You feel what I'm saying? I slept on benches with niggas, like my whole crew, falling out, passing out, waking up in the morning. Oh shit, breaking the 40 on the floor when we get up, type shit. You know what I mean? But I'm just being 100, man. He wasn't there when we was on. When we would be like mobbing and shit like that, or flipping, or we was going to a party and shit to flip on people. No, dude, he was never there. We'll be in the block mad deep, just us, the crew drinking, whoever's smoking, chilling, whoever's hustling, bang, bang, and then he'll pop up, Joe, hey, he'll pop up to the block. What's up, niggas? I give everybody pounds or whatever. If he was going to the club, he had something going on in the club, then he'll show up in the block. Yo, let's go. And it was because he wanted us to protect him. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't me. He wasn't.
But Joe was hustling back in the day, right?
He was hustling. Yeah, he was hustling.
Okay.
He was doing his thing. But on this bichote shit that he's talking about, big time drug dealer thing, I didn't see that. He had the little cars and stuff like that, and the MPVs. He didn't have the fucking 500 SLs, the big fucking Beamers and the Benzes that the real bichote that niggas was rocking. You feel what I'm saying? He had a little MPV.
What you think about what Cameron said recently?
What?
Did you see that? Where he was saying that like Joe was that dude back in the day. He had money before rap and everything.
Because it was true. He did have money. He had money to buy the bombers and all of this shit. Fat Joe wasn't all jeweled out. No, he wasn't. He was jeweled out after the fact when he started doing the music thing and all of that. And then little by little, the jewels will come out or whatever and stuff like that. But it wasn't like that. It wasn't like Joe had paper. Yeah. The dude had paper. He was doing his things and that. The real dude, the real hustler, the real big dude was his brother, the money man. That's who it was. The money man was the one that was the one that was the fucking semi-bichote dude. You know what I mean? It wasn't Joe. It wasn't him. That's what and Tony and Tone Montana. Dumb nigga. Now that niggas, yeah. Tone had the fucking paper. But Tone was a shooter too. Tone, that's the difference. Tone was the gun toter, the shooter. Tone was like lived what we knew him for. He was a real.
See, because we got on this topic last time because of the whole thing about what Charlie said, right? Charlie Rock LD. He said that Joe never put in work, and I was saying that people consider that put in work to be different things. It depends on your definition of what that means to you, right? Somebody like Charlie that went to prison.
When Charlie's saying, God bless the dead, when he's saying put in work, he's talking about gunplay. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
That's what Charlie Rock is talking about. He's talking about running up on block because that's what Charlie Rock did too. Charlie Rock used to run up on niggas, come out of a cab and just straight up pistol whip the fuck out of you and get back in the cab and leave. You know what I'm saying? So that's the shit that Charlie Rock, that's putting in work that he's talking about. When I talk about put in work, I talk about him with the hands. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Fighting with the hands, and I seen him fight niggas and shit like that. But it was always with us. You know what I'm saying? With us going deep with him and stuff like that. Now, when he was rocking with Tone, it was different because Tone was that nigga that'll get out the Jeep and fucking break your whole fucking face open with the guns. You know what I'm saying? And he was the one that would like embarrass you in front of your family type shit and start shooting on the ground and watch you dance type shit. Real talk, and do shit like
Wow.
that. You know, stuff like that. And he did shit like that. He did something like that to a very close person to our unit, our team. I'm not gonna say who it was, but my crew knows who it was. And I'm saying it not out of respect to Tone or nothing like that. I'm saying it out of respect to my other guy that he's not here no longer either. But he did that to one of my guys and did that shooting at the floor and shit and making them dance and all that shit, you know, on some real shit that which was really fucked up when he did that. A lot of people in the block. That's when things turned around for Tone 2 in the block. When people started like, turn their backs on them type shit. You know what I mean? Like losing a lot of respect for that. But when he did that, but when it came when he was rocking with Tone, I know for a fact that that's where all this gangster shit came from and the real shit. And it wasn't I know it wasn't that he was doing it. It was Tone.
Got you.
It was Tone that was doing that shit because Tone was that guy. Tone was the nigga. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the other way around.
So what about Heck, right? Lil Heck, was he rolling with Joe after Joe started to make it in the music industry? Did like Joe ever look out for him?
Joe, I don't know. I can't say a story. I can't say something that I don't know. I know that Lil Heck was still around. I remember one time that I was in Orlando when this happened, and I got a phone call from Heck. And a couple of the guys, they were like, the Joe got beef in Miami, and they were all going to Miami. You know what I'm saying? For me to take my crew or whatever, go over there too. But at this time, I didn't have a problem with Joe. You know, nothing, all that shit with him calling my studio and all that didn't happen yet. But so I remember all those guys went mad deep. They drove from the Bronx.
Wow.
From the Bronx all the way to Miami for a beef because Joe had beef in Miami. You know, I don't think Joe had a crew over Miami or niggas rocking with him in Miami or nothing like that, but the whole crew had went over there for some beef and shit like that. So that's where Little Heck and the team and stuff like that still fucking with Joe. Yeah, they were still rocking with Joe. Even with the Full Eclipse thing, when that was starting, when he first got pun, they were all rocking with Joe. And then as far as anything forward, I don't know what happened with them, if there was any fallouts or anything like that. I remember Joe saying a story that he was coming from his mother's house and coming down the hallway in the back of the stairs, and he while he was walking down the stairs, he overheard some of his guys, some original members from Terror Squad, talking mad negative about him, and he heard it. You know what I'm saying? And all this foul shit that they were saying about him. And he was standing in the hallway listening to the whole conversation. And then he came around the stairs and then blew up everybody's spot. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who was in that hallway when he said that. But when he was saying that he was really hurt about that and everything, I think it was a couple of main guys, main niggas that said that. When I went to the block and I visit the block, whenever I go around and I go see my dudes, you know, like if I go see Danny Loco and other people like that, not Danny Loco, you know, but other people would have the stories of Joe, you know, all this
Who's
shit.
Danny? For the people that don't know, who's Danny?
Danny Loco is another big hitter of our family. He's more from the Melrose area, Brook, and he's from more of the Melrose area and all that. He big. There's another big Willie dude. He did his thing, a big hustler, real big hustler, very, very respected. Even to this day, very respected.
So he's still with us today.
Yes, he's still with us. It's crazy because I got the food truck shit going and my business with the food and restaurants, shit like that. And he has like a bodega restaurant in the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? That he'd be on Facebook promoting the fuck out of it. It's crazy because Surge was just there at there. You know, Surge, Joe's, you know, nigga used to fuck with Joe.
Right, DJ Surge.
That's the first time I seen Surge in a lot of years when I seen him online. I haven't seen Surge in many, many years. But yeah, so that's Danny Loco's that guy. He also has barbershops, Cut Zone and stuff like that. That's what I know him for too. But he came up with us too from the block. He's one of the original dudes. Real hustler dude, a big major guy.
So to bring it back to Cuban, right? He spoke about when you guys first met, it was actually, in his opinion, was through boxing. Like you tried to challenge him and put some gloves on and you was trying to knock his head off. Man, roll the clip.
Chase introduced me one time to him. I was in the back of my buildings, my little villas, and we was, like I said, I was playing. We had some gloves, and we was just doing some practicing boxing shit in the backyard. Me and my man, and Chase comes, and then goes Toom, and Toom, when it's bully shit, you know what I'm saying? He come with the block like that with the extra shit, and I'm over here, we over here, playing like little young kids. I was like, what, 16, some shit like that. Yeah, I think 16. And we just,
and they're older than you?
Yeah, he was older than me. So, yeah.
By how many years?
He was like 19 when I was like 16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was like 19. So, he started putting like the pressure a little bit. He took the gloves from my man. He was like, come on, let's go. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, come on, stop. Like, I didn't know him. But I'm not no pushover, but I was trying to even fucking fuck with this older nigga. And he looked strong, you know what I'm saying? He was a big, strong dude, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to, like, I was doing boxing. I just started. That's what it was. I just started boxing with Pun in Fort Apache. So I was learning and all that. So we was practicing in the back, my man. So he put on his gloves and he was like, come on. You know what I'm saying? On some, want to fight shit. So I was like, all right, come on. So we doing the little thing like that. Nigga took a swung on me. I don't know if he tried to hit me, but he just swung really hard, like like one of those punches, wild, crazy punches. And I was like, no. I said, took off my gloves. I said, I ain't fucking with you, but you won't, what I'm saying, gonna get serious. Like I'm not gonna you swinging at me too wild, too crazy. Like, that should have hit me. But he was
trying to knock your head off.
Right, he was trying to, but he didn't really tried to, but he tried to. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I wouldn't have fucking you know what I'm saying, little ducky shit, he would have fucking started connected.
I don't remember that. I'll be honest, Cuban, I do not remember that. I remember the first real introduction with me and him was when Chris or Pun introduced me to him in the pool hall. And Pun was like, yo, that's like my brother, like it was his brother type shit. I remember him slap boxing one of my guys, Teak, in front of the pool hall. They was slap boxing and shit. He was Teak, I'm sorry, I love you, my nigga, but he was putting it on my nigga Teak. And probably he got that confused with me. And because I would never try to take his head off. I don't know what he was saying. I don't know what he was saying that.
Yeah, because he did bring up the fact that he said that he did fight members of your crew.
No, he slapboxed one of the members of my crew right in front of the pool hall. That was kind of, yeah. He put paws on one of my niggas. I ain't even gonna lie.
So, do you remember this? I'm out of my head. My brain, I can't control it.
My brain, I can't control it. I throw my hands on my head and try to hold it. I'm out of my mind. My brain, I can't control it. I remember all that shit, man. That sick one be killing things quicker than Jeffrey Dahmer did. I'm a cannibal lord is ready to eat up them ligaments. Well, can you spit at this against this rap devil Lexus says, hold your breath, niggas, witness the birth of the sick terrorist. They say my words are murderous. The way I write my verses and sentences, even though I'm underrated, just like cannabis. So bring your niggas just in case. You know what I'm saying? Come on, stop playing, dude.
Man, Sick, you was nice. Like, why did you stop, bro? Like, why did you just not want to do music?
I stopped because it wasn't doing nothing for me. It wasn't putting food on the table. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't feeding my family. It wasn't doing nothing like that. It got me back into the drug game. And then I ended up like I said, the feds ended up coming and they got me for some shit that happened a long time ago in the Bronx. And then I got, that shit got dropped and I came back home and I was like, that's it, dude. I'm not doing that shit no more. I'm not fucking around or nothing. I was like, I did the run with the music with my brother or with my cousin. And then that's when Jerry Heller, the one that started NWA, got in the picture, bring us to California. And he put the money up for my recording studio over here in Florida. And then I did that, started doing the club thing. And then I just started doing my business thing, started, getting real good work. I worked for some good companies and stuff and kept on getting knowledge. And then I just opened up my own company. And then from there, I never looked back. But the music gave me, what the music did was give me great memories. That's what it did.
Got you.
It wasn't financial for me. It never gave me any financial break. It never gave me any financial relief. It didn't give me nothing at all financial at all. So I was like, I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it no more, and that's it. And that was the end of it.
And I understand what you're saying, because like at some point you got to switch it up if it's not working, right? They say like the true definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Yeah. So if you see like maybe this isn't my calling, and especially if you have a family that you got to take care of, it's not just you, bro. Like you gotta do what's best.
All it did was honestly, I just had a good time.
Right.
I just had a good time, good experiences, great friendships, bad friendships, a lot of bad shit too. I can't front. You know, we did a lot of fucked up shit too, here in Orlando and, you know, wherever we was on the road or whatever. But it, like I said, it was to that point where, you know, when the rent was due, I was like, I had to call my man up so I could go get a key or something and sell the key so I could pay all the bills.
Right. And you shouldn't be trying to do something illegal just to be able to feed your dream of being a rapper.
And that's what it came to.
Right.
That's what it came to, dude. It came to that point where I had to fucking sell shit, do the drug thing at the end of every month, like in the last minute. Oh shit, I got no money, and paying things like that. And then I was like, nah, but I can't do that. And then, you know, the recording studio helped a lot because it started paying bills. You know, I had a lot of people that would follow us and follow me, and they want to come to the studio or whatever and work in the lab and everything. And I was probably the only one out here doing like $40, $50 an hour with an engineer. And we had the top of the line equipment, the dope shit. And people were coming and they were spending money. So I was able to pay my bills and do that. And then it just got to, I started getting caught up again with the music. And then the fucking music started dragging me down. And just a lot of drama, man. And then I was like, I gotta work. So that's when I had my first full-time job in Florida. I was working FedEx. I was doing that. I was making fucking great money. I was like, damn, this shit is really paying the bills. This shit is like really taking care. I got money, and things just started changing for me, man. And then that's when I did my first own business. When I did my first business, it was successful, and I never looked back. I never looked back after that day. And everything just started going real good. And then I was always there for Cuban. Whenever he had a show, wherever he was at, he was in Miami, whatever, we'll go, make sure we support him. He was here, make sure he was here, he was safe, make sure everything was right for him. You know what I'm saying? That's always been my brother from the beginning.
So when you say that when you had the studio, the music started pulling you down, what do you mean by that?
Started just had me in the studio all the time. I was in the studio for 14, 15 hours a day, wasn't going home. You know what I'm saying? I just had the fucking women, you know, I had wifey at home, you know, when my ex-wife and shit like that, my kids' moms.
It's the lifestyle that comes with it. That's the lifestyle. Problem.
And then the lifestyle was covering the fact of your fucking rent is due in 3 days. You know what I'm saying? And then when the rent is due, I'm like, you know, damn, you know, I had to do a lot of fucked up shit to pay the bills. And it got.
This is even when you owned the studio?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's what I said. When I was doing the studio, I was doing the music myself too, and I was doing my album, and I was doing all of that. I bring a crew together. It was called Blood Brothers, and you know, it was a dope ass fucking clique. It was like 6 of us, dope ass fucking clique, fire, and we was doing that. And then it was just, you know, it wasn't really doing anything for me, man. And I was like, you know, and I just sat down and I was like, damn, where am I going to be at in 5 years from now? Mm-hmm. Where I'm going to be at? You know, if I keep doing this, where I'm going to be at. And I didn't see myself anywhere in 5 years doing what I was doing. So I was like, you know, I got to, you know, jump up out of this shit or whatever. And then a couple of weeks after that's when shit just started turning around. And then I'm just like one of those dudes that's like real passionate about loyalty. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I don't know how to take disloyalty any different way, but to have to go and flip on that dude that's disloyal. I don't know how to walk away from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck it. He played himself, boom, boom, boom. You know, I never did that, man. I used to always make sure that I got the last laugh and make sure I got the last hand. You know what I mean? And just a lot of disloyalty, a lot of bullshit. And then I started taking things the way that I felt that it was the right way to take care of it, which was the wrong way. And just, you know, I didn't give a fuck. And it messed up a lot of friendships.
Can you go into that situation?
Nah, not really.
Got you. Okay. No problem.
Nah, not really. I mean, just a lot of shit happened, and things had to be done, and that's it. And that's a lot of shit. Some you regret shit. A lot of stuff I really don't regret, because if you're gonna regret it, why do it?
Right.
But I knew it. It's just the way I came up, my mindset. But and then I started noticing, like, my mindset needs to change if I'm going to succeed, and I'm going to be around people where I can have meetings, and people where they're going to trust me with their business, or with us going into their house to do anything around their family and things like that. So I know that everything had to change, and that's where everything changed. Everything changed, man. My whole perspective of life completely changed, and then I didn't want to see my kids go through what I went through, or had to be around the people that I came up with. I was just wanted them to be secure, not to be pussy. You feel what I'm saying?
Still stand up for yourself.
Gangster up when you need to gangster
Right.
up. You know what I'm saying? But don't do it because you feel like you need to do it. If you feel like you need to do something, that means you shouldn't be doing it. You know what I mean? It's either you do it or you don't do it. You know what I mean? So that's just the way that I came up. That's the way my perspective. I could be wrong about it. I could be right about it. I don't know. I just know that that's the way I roll. That's the way I get down. And, but otherwise, that's why I don't say things about people if I'm not there. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm going to say things about experiences that I have, and the way you acted around me. I know what it is. I can say that. I'm not going to say nothing else that I can't say, or depict somebody for being something that I don't know that they are. You know what I mean? People say a lot of things out of anger and out of, things that was done to them, with me, like I really won't, I'll be real. I don't give two fucks about dude. You know what I'm saying? And it's because of after the fact of all the shit that you were saying about me, like everything you said, like for what? You know what I mean? I was one of them niggas that was there that ran and shit with you and saved niggas' lives type shit, and was stood up there and did all that. But to talk fucking things like that about the niggas you really came up with, niggas that was there with you, that rock with you, that really held fucking guns and come on, dude.
Made sacrifices for you.
Yeah. And I don't really dawn about that because this is years ago. You know what I'm saying? I really don't give a fuck about that. Just, you don't see me on social media talking about it. You don't see me doing none of that. I got my own Saturday Night Raw show with my collector shit, and nobody, I don't ever talk about that. I'll never talk about it. I don't know, man. I just speak truth, man. That's it, man. That's it. I'm not a storyteller. I got stories, but my stories is nonfiction. You feel me? They're real. You don't like it?
Yo, Toom, let me ask you this though. Is it hard for you these days to control your temper or react like in a way that you were used to before?
Nah, it's not hard. It's not hard. I wish I could be a little bit better around people sometimes when it comes to my anger and shit like that. I just what I learned
So
is,
your natural instinct is still to get angry?
yeah, I get real tight. Real tight. Very, very tight.
But that's what I'm talking about. So it is hard for you to control that then?
It's hard to control it, but at the same time, it's just, it's difficult, man. It's very, very difficult. I just had to do that real quick. It's difficult for me because it's I feel like it's not like I always want to be right? But I just feel like I'm right a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the truth. I feel like I'm right a lot, and it's just I don't know maybe I need to see somebody or some shit. I don't know, because I never like seeked anybody for help with that. But just my temper, man. I got a real bad temper. I learned different things to do to try to control it. So I walk away from a lot of shit. On some street shit, I never walk away from it. But personally, at home, around family or anything like that, if I feel like I'm boiling, I usually get up and I walk away and lock myself in one of the statue rooms. And I always say like my statues give me my peace, which is crazy. I'm trying to call somebody real quick so they could come over here. But I always try to be better. Yeah. Come over here. I always try to be better, right? But from like where I came from, I guess I get pulled. Sometimes I get pulled and stuck in that because I feel like I got to be that. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I feel like I got to be that because if I'm not that, it's like I'm taking away from who I really am. And at times I got to also understand that that's not who I really am either. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm a good dude, trustworthy dude, respectful dude, all of that. But watch her face. Come here. Come here. Go on the camera. Say what's up to Panda.
Hi, how you doing?
Watch.
Hi, how are you?
Panda asked me, how's my temper?
Like a trick question. I don't even know how to answer that right now.
But I try my best to control it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So what I do is when that shit happens, I try to just stay quiet and walk away from everybody, and I don't want to be bothered. You understand what I'm saying? Like
right.
I don't want nobody bothering me. It'll act like I don't want to talk to you, like I don't want to say shit to you. It's not that. It's that I don't want to continue the stupidity. You understand what I'm saying? So what I do is I walk away from shit. And I just want to be left the fuck alone. Don't bother me. Leave me the fuck alone. And then when I come back later, everything's good. And then in between that time, the space is not continuing. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think that you struggle with who you used to be versus like who you are trying to be now, like who you're trying to become? Because you say that like if you don't react in a certain way, you feel like, oh man, I'm not really being who I really am.
Yeah, and I struggle with that a lot. And I'm already losing my voice, bro. And I don't even know why that shit even happens. That's probably because I'm getting older. I don't know what the fuck is going on with me. But I struggle with that a lot because I feel like I went through a lot of wars by myself. You understand what I'm saying? So I would say I found myself by myself in dark corners doing dark things because I didn't want to bring people in with me when I do things.
Right.
So like my anger level is more of, I just think is more mental than anything else because I have more happiness and more great times than I do being angry. You know what I mean? 100%, 100%. Like my wife, my wife is from the block. You know what I'm saying? I knew my wife since she was 15 years old. You know what I mean? I'm 50 something. She's fucking 49, 48. I don't even know how old my wife is, but I know her for fucking over 30 some years. You feel what I'm saying? And she's from the block. She's from the Fat Joe's and the Fat Lisa Fat Joe's. She used to hang out with Fat Joe's sister, with Fat Lisa. That's one of her people. You know what I mean? God bless the dead.
Wow.
And so she's from the block. Her brothers are from the block. You know what I'm saying? They from the area. They all know how we all came up. They know how I came up. They know who I am. And they know the way that I am and everything like that. And so she knows. So she knows what to do with me, which is crazy. But she knows what to do with me. You know what I mean? She knows that when I fucking get to this level, she knows that it's not like against her or against anybody or anything like that. She just knows that sometimes I get to that point where everybody needs to walk away, where everybody just needs to walk away because they know that I'm going to walk away. So just walk away. When I say walk away, I don't mean like leave me, leave. I'm talking about not continuing to make the problem worse. You understand what I'm saying? Because you can be arguing with somebody and instead of that person be like, yo, you know what? I'm going to give you a few minutes and let you cool off and we could talk later. Then you got those other people that they be like, oh yeah, well, fuck that. And they keep on top of the anger and they just make it get worse. And then that's when things go wrong. That's when things snap. That's when you get the abuse to happen and all of this fucking, all of this shit happens after that. But we learn each other and I learn myself as a grown man how to walk away to things and how to not to let things get angry. Like imagine me fucking flipping on a customer because he tells me, oh, I don't like the way the job came out and be like, what? And throw him through a fucking sheetrock wall because of that.
Right.
No, dude, you got to learn you got to learn and pick your battles. You know what I'm saying? You know, of course, defend yourself, but there's ways to defend yourself, the right way, the wrong way, and everything. But I do still got a fucking gigantic temper, very big temper. It's not the same as before, because before I would react in a very violent, negative way. I'm not talking about towards women, shit like that. No, I'm talking about towards, you know, niggas and you know, saying shit like that. Like, I'll take it to something different. And that's why, you know, it's crazy because like I'm a gun owner, right? Which is crazy. Me being actual legal gun owner. You know what I mean? So in Florida, got mad guns.
You can do that in Florida.
Yeah, I got mad guns. But you know what I don't do? I don't leave my house with a gun. I don't leave my house with a gun. Because if I leave my house with a gun, I'm going to kill somebody.
Yeah.
I'm just being real.
I know.
I'm going to kill somebody.
See, but like, that's really smart, because when you reach a certain age, you know yourself so well that I'm not going to even put myself in that position to begin with.
I can't. I got so many people that count on me. I got way too many people that count on me, and I love my life.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I love my life, and I don't want to do anything that's going to cause myself to have somebody take my life or put myself in a situation where I'm going to take somebody's life and then somebody else gets hurt that didn't deserve to be hurt. And then there goes my life anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm, you know, I don't leave my house with a gun. I shouldn't say that really, because people be like, yo, Sick don't got a gun. I don't. But I'm just being honest. You know what I mean? Just being honest.
Let me ask you this, Toom, because I could tell that you've been through so much in your life, like a lot of traumatic things, a lot of stuff. Do you try to block a lot of that stuff out? Like, you try to not think about those things?
Yeah, I don't think about a lot of the stuff. I got shot 2 different times. I don't even think about that. Just a lot
like
of
you
shit,
purposely, man. Like if the thought comes up, you try to like change the thought.
Let me tell you
like,
how crazy this is. Sometimes I walk into some place, like I walk in there, and it reminds me of the smell of Rikers Island when I was there. And I was in Rikers when maybe I was fucking, I think I was, when I first went in, 17. And then when I went to prison, just talking about over 35 years ago. And to this day, I could walk into certain places and certain smells remind me of my past.
Because your sense of smell is the strongest sense that you have. The way that it's connected to memories is crazy.
It's crazy. It's just crazy, bro. And then it's like, when I walk into certain places, it reminds me of things and shit. And my mind just goes, it doesn't go to like yesterday. You know what I'm saying? It goes to years behind. Like, I can't go into a place and be like, oh shit, this shit reminds me of where we was at last week. Everything that reminds me, I'm like, damn, I remember this shit like from back in the days and whatever. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just different. Like if I go into a store and I see, they don't sell 40 ounces over here, but they sell like quarts and shit, right? But if I see like a Coke 45 or shit like that, it brings me back to those days. It doesn't bring me to the day today, like, oh shit, yeah, they got a Coke 45. It brings me to back in the days, and I start remembering about what happened with a Coke 45 bottle. I remember hitting somebody in the face with that shit, and like negative shit all the time. It's negative. Everything's negative. And I just I'm trying. And I struggle with it every single day that I get up. I struggle with that shit every day just to stay positive. You know what I mean? Try to stay positive. That's why I stay out of all of that negativity shit and all of this fucking novela and the drama and all of that. I try my best. You know, I stay out of it. I don't try. I stay out of it.
Right.
Situations like this, when we talking and we being real, we being open. I don't mind opening up and talking about that, because it's history, it's knowledge, and it's just and it's a great story. You know what I'm saying? It's content. Great story.
So earlier you were saying like you don't know if you need to go see somebody or something like that. Like why?
Yeah, I don't mean it. I don't mean that in directive, directive or directly to me, type shit. I'm just saying that as in a point, like, like I've never sat down and seen anybody or found out like, damn, maybe I'm fucking bipolar or some shit. I don't even know it. You know what I'm saying? But I know that I know, myself as a grown man is not normal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not normal. But this is a world of human beings. What's normal, what's not normal anymore.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? This, I don't know. You can't really say anything's normal or not normal anymore. You know what I'm saying? There's been murders since fucking the Egyptian times of Christ type shit and all of that till today. So it's a consistent thing that has been going on in a human being's world. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, that's how we was raised. That's how we was taught. Like I was watching TikTok today with my wife, right? And you know, when you watch a little video, you scroll up, you watch the next one, you scroll up, you watch the next one. So I scroll up and I'm watching a video, right? And there's of these little kids, they're like 3, 4, 5 years old, and they cursing. And then you can hear the parents laughing, right?
Right.
And then you see the next clip of the next kid is like 3 years old. And they ask the kid a question like, is the lollipop good? You like it? And they like, yeah, I like it. And then they take the lollipop and then they staring at the baby and they be like, and what? And the baby be like, fuck you. 3 years old. And everybody's laughing. No, this is real shit. And everybody's laughing. So then since I watched that video, guess what my fucking timeline has now? All these fucking kids cursing, all this crazy shit. And I'm like, this is what we are. This is what we are though. This is what we are. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. And it's crazy how we jump from one subject to this subject, right? Like how the fuck we get into TikTok videos of kids cursing? Because it's what's happening. It's what's happening in this world, man, and it's fucking crazy. But you know, everybody needs to in my opinion, just stick to your goals, man. You know, set a goal and make it your job, everything in your power to make that goal come true. You know what I'm saying? And you're never gonna win the first time around. Just remember that. You're never gonna win the first time. Never. Like they say, it's said, you know, God don't give you a blessing until you go through some stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like he makes sure that you go through some shit before he actually gives you a blessing. He just doesn't give you a blessing. You know what I mean? And I really believe in that. Even though my mind is all over the fucking place, I really do believe in that. So yeah, it's crazy, bro.
You know, the internet though, I do think that of course some of the videos we see is like a reflection of reality, but I feel like it skews what the world is really like at times because it's the algorithm that just keeps on giving you more of the same stuff. So then you start to be like programmed to believe that this is the only way that it is. You know what I mean?
It's just like you got to think about it. Like right now in our time, there are millionaires age. This is crazy. There are more millionaires age 15 to 18 than there are in fucking in the world.
Right.
In the world, 15 to 18-year-old millionaires are more than we are on a regular basis. There's more millionaires that age than there are older ages. And you could literally today pick up a camera and just do nothing. Do nothing. Be a regular kid, 15 years old, do nothing. Do pranks. Eat a bag of chips that's fucking hot and your face is on fire and you fucking drop the video.
Gaming.
And you do that and you continue to do that. No fucking calluses in your hand.
Right.
No hard work. You know what I'm saying? No, like, yo, you got to wake up at 4:00 in the morning to go to fucking take 3 buses or 3 trains to go to a job that you fucking hate, that you got to come back home, but you do it for the next 4 to 5 years because that's all you know. That's all you can do. And not bringing down a YouTuber because God bless him. You know what I'm saying? But you can't compare that life to the life of a man working really hard for his shit. You know what I'm saying? So these kids are so smart that they found it. You know what I'm saying? They found the niche. They found that shortcut. They found it. And they're doing so well with it. They're doing so well with it. Cause I'm telling you, you got 15-year-olds driving Lamborghinis that they own right out. You know what I'm saying? And then they smart too, because then they selling their own merch. Their own merch to their own viewers, and they're making thousands and millions.
You know, nothing comes without consequences. There's always a negative side to something. It's like, you know, it's like how like in the ecosystem, you can't just feed one animal more and just expect it to be okay, right? Like that's making it so that animal, more of them exist. They don't die off naturally. Then it disturbs everything else. So it's like you saying there's so many millionaire kids, the things that they're exposed to by having all that money at such a young age and not having to go out there and work with your hands. You have to deal with what comes with that then.
Yep.
You know, so there's a lot of things that come with it.
But I want that 15-year-old money. I want that fucking 15.
Yeah, but
I'd
you
rather have
want
that 15-year-old money than us having to fucking set these people out to work every morning on these trucks. You know what I'm saying? I want that money. So, you know, I mean, you know, I got my channel
for the future because there's going to be robots taking over a whole bunch of jobs.
I keep it 100. I got my channel. I do my thing. And you know what's crazy? I got, you know, I got well over 7,000 subscribers. I got like almost 8,000 now. I get like 6,000 views, 5,000 views, and I don't make no money. Zero.
What do you mean? Are you monetized?
I'm monetized. I don't make no money.
How's that possible?
I don't know.
Did you turn on monetization on the videos though?
Yeah. I do all of that shit. I set up the ads. I do all of that.
There's no way, bro. Like you have to get at least like $5 per 1,000 views.
Dude, I got in 1 year, I think I made $100. Word up. And I get views, dude. You know what I'm saying? I get it popping.
I don't know, man. You gotta talk to me after this so then I could help you look at it or something because that don't sound right.
Yeah, because you know, too, the AdSense, I don't even know how to get into my AdSense. I'm dead ass. I don't even know how to get into that.
Don't you got a son, man? How come he hasn't helped you look at this?
Listen, I'm a private guy, bro. I don't like nobody fucking with my shit. And my son got his own life. That nigga smoke weed. You know, fucking potheads are all fucked up, bro. These motherfuckers don't even remember their birth dates. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't even know how to get into my AdSense. My shit, man, when I do my content is more of having fun. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
More of having fun and
you.
to push shit out there. You know, like people don't have shit like this. People don't see things like this. And these aren't little statues. These are statues that are about fucking 46 inches tall. These are fucking $3,000-$4,000 statues. You know what I mean? And people don't get to see stuff like that. And, you know, I just like to share my shit. You know what I mean? That all. So
shifting gears, right? How well did you know Tony Sunshine back in the day? I know you guys had that song together, Senorita, but were you close to him back in the day?
He was just a kid. He was just a kid in the block, man. He was just a very, very young kid in the block. He barely was able to come outside. This is when his mom's was alive. God bless her. God bless the dead. Rest in peace. He barely was able to come outside. He was very, very fucking young. But I was that dude that used to bang on the fucking icebox for him, do the beat. And then he used to fucking sing, and then I used to do a verse. He used to sing and do a verse. Now, this is before Cuban and Pun and all of that, and I started bringing these guys to the block way before that.
So you knew him before they did?
Oh, yeah, way, way before. I knew Tony when he was very fucking young. He's a fucking kid. He's a little kid.
Wow.
A little kid. But he was very talented. He had this voice, this already established voice. Sounded really good. He could sing. And that's it. He never like really at that time hanged out with us or did the Terror Squad. Never did the Terror Squad thing like that. He did it, started hanging in the block and stuff like that when I was already transitioning to not be in the block anymore, and I was already going back and forth to Florida because my son's mother was living here in Florida. So I was transitioning back and forth. And then something happened shortly after that I had to leave. And that's what made me go to Florida because I was running from police. Then I went on to Florida and shit like that. And then, you know, I made my life here in Florida. And then that's where everything changed. I was no longer in that part of the music, and I wasn't involved in anything that they were doing over there.
So he was just a good kid then?
Yeah, he was. He was just a good
kid. So he wasn't involved with any of the street stuff?
Not a street dude. 160,000 million% was not a street dude coming up. All of that came when he started doing the music thing with them heavy. And I don't know what he did after. Like I said, if I wasn't there, I can't say. But whatever from that point forward was that. Even when Cuban almost lost his life at the strip joint, he wasn't a street dude like that. He got into an argument in there and shit went left. Motherfuckers were not playing, and he's lucky Cuban was there too, even though Cuban almost lost his life. But he probably would have lost his shit in there. You know what I mean? But he wasn't he wasn't a street dude. Wasn't known to be a street dude or nothing like that. He was a talented kid that had a good voice, singing voice, and that's pretty much it. Now, after that, whatever he did after that, if he grew up and became, street or whatever, I don't know. But when I was there, he was not a street dude.
Were you close with Posse None?
Posse None?
Yeah, the crew?
From the ranch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Is it from the ranch or is it from? I thought it was from Forest.
No. Posse None. Wasn't that from fucking I don't even remember. I'm familiar with the name.
Nonstop?
Yeah, Nonstop. Yeah, that's from Forest.
Yeah. He's from Forest. He was hanging out with Posse.
I think the crew you're talking about is from like Littleville's.
Oh, okay.
I think I could be mistaken, but Nonstop, all of them. Yeah, those are all my guys, man. All my guys.
So Nonstop back in the day, right? So you heard about the story with the slap thing, right?
I heard about the story. I wasn't there. I didn't see it, but I heard about it. I heard what happened.
Right. Do you did you believe it that it happened?
Yeah, because that was about, everybody was talking about it. There was like, oh, this nigga got scattered in the car in with the chaos. That's the way we talk. Scattered means he got smacked in the car in the face with the chaos means with the, you know what I'm saying? So that, yeah, people knew about that.
So Nonstop is, from your point of view, he's never been one to like lie. Like he's a solid dude.
I've never known them for lie or nothing like that. Nonstop is, from the block and shit. I never known them for lying and stuff. Nah.
Did you hear about that story before Cuban ever spoke about it in interviews?
Man, roll the clip.
Dick walks up to Tony. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. He sees it coming. Gah. Right across the face. Right across the face. Come on, man. Come on, this nigga play too much. That's exactly what happened.
I heard it the week it happened. I was already in Florida. Like I said, I usually talk to them and shit like that. Hold on. Yo, fam, I'm doing an interview. I'll call you back after the interview. All right. I was already in Florida when that happened, but I heard it the same week that it happened. I was told about it. You got to remember, even though I was in Florida, I was still in communication with a lot of people. In New York. They call me all the time. Cuban. Even when Pun was alive, I would talk to Pun every now and then and shit like that. Yeah, man, a lot of shit.
So what was your reaction when you heard about that?
I was laughing. It was funny. That's the reaction. It's funny shit. Like you can see like I could see Nonstop mad. You know what I'm saying? Like he was being cock blocked and being, like, yeah, do it, nigga. And then him being, yeah, if Cuban was there, I'm sure Cuban was like on the side, like you know what I'm saying? Like, do it. And pressured them to do it. And he did it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I would see the situation, because these are guys that I came up with and I know they're fucking intense and what they do and things like that. So
Nonstop is definitely crazy enough that he would do something like that.
It's not about being crazy. It's just that Nonstop wasn't a pussy dude either. You know what I'm saying? He's not, dude from the block, you know what I'm saying? He would stand on his toes. You know what I mean? He would stand on his two toes. You got 10 fucking toes. He would stand on his 10 toes. But I don't, like I said, I don't see a reason why he would lie about that. And everybody that was there that said the same story. Because it wasn't only him that said the story.
So you heard from other people
Cuban
that told you?
Yeah,
too.
I heard from from Cuban and one of the girls that was there.
Oh, wow. Okay. Because you know how, like, when Cuban started talking about the situation, right? Then, like Tony came out and he said it's not true, that never happened. He said that.
Yeah, but of course you're gonna come out and say that. I would say that shit if it happened to me. That shit never happened. Show me the proof, nigga. Tell me that somebody's gonna smack me in my face with a K. I fuck you. You're a liar. Never happened.
Well,
I would say the same thing, bro.
We got to say allegedly, okay, because we weren't there.
Fuck alleged. I'll be like, that should never happen. If it was me,
no,
I would say that shit.
I'm saying right now, allegedly this happened, okay? So
allegedly,
right, allegedly. So
I'm just telling you what was told to me the same week that it happened.
Right. So Tony came out and he had said, if that happened, I would have killed dude's family.
Look, no disrespect. All right. Toom he may be a different guy today or whatever. Even I'm definitely not a killer. Definitely ain't no killer. But at that time, he wasn't killing nobody's family. Nobody. Not even a pigeon. That's not, and there's nothing wrong with saying that. You know, that just wasn't him. That wasn't his lifestyle. That wasn't the person he was. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I said, at this time, I wasn't there. And I was already in Florida doing my thing with my fucking army. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So if during the time that I was no longer in the block and I was out here doing my thing, if he transformed into some kind of a fucking gangster killer or something like that, then I don't know about it because I wasn't there. So I don't know his transformation as I left. I just know the kid that I knew when I left, during the time that I left. And this was during the time where everything was already starting with Joe doing things with Pun and getting everything going and everything like that. And my situation, I had a dire situation that I had to leave. I ain't leave because of the squad thing at all. Joey liked me. I didn't even know what was going on. Cuban said that. I didn't even know what was going on. But I left because I had to leave. I had to leave and shit. And I was trying to get away from being locked up. And I ended up making Florida my home, period. But at the time that I left, he was still fucking Anthony from the block, little Ant from the block. You know what I'm saying? But as being gangster like that, nah.
What do you think about the whole Cuban versus Tony thing? Like, do you think that that's kind of sad because they were once so tight that something like that happened?
I think it needs to be where it needs to be.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because so much shit has been said, you know what I'm saying? And done. More on Tony Sunshine's side than Cuban.
Let me ask you this. Could you have forgiven him if he got you in a situation where you got stabbed the way that Cuban did? Because it seemed like Cuban had so much love for him and that he was always trying to protect him.
Yeah, I would have forgave him and shit like that in that part. Because, it was a different situation. See, remember with me, after the fact, I wanted to kill dude and Little Hex stopped that from happening, right?
Right.
But I wasn't there when it happened, so I don't know the situation. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you argue with somebody and not think that this person or the person you're arguing with is going to try to flip on you with 40 niggas. You feel what I'm saying? So Tony at the time too, I don't think he knew the situation, how dire it was or how dangerous it really was at the time. Probably drinking, you know what I'm saying? Feeling hot and was like, yo, what up, whatever, this and that. And then they set it off on him. And then Cuban came in and did what he was supposed to do. And what he didn't, it's nothing about him. Oh, he didn't have to do this. He didn't have to do that. Cuban did what he was supposed to do. Remember, that's our brother, right?
Right.
If it's your brother, you're not supposed to run out the door and go get help. You're supposed to do that afterwards. Go in there, fight, do what you got to do, get out of the situation, and then do what you got to do afterwards. So he did what he was supposed to do. Did he know he was going to get stabbed, almost lose his life, and all of this? No, nobody did. Not even fucking Tony. So at the situation and the time, I don't really blame nothing. Me, I was more of anger because I had a different relationship with Cuban. Cuban was like my brother. You know what I'm saying? Tony was just, to me, one of the guys from the block, one of the young dudes. He wasn't running with me like that or anything like that. But we would have still protected him to the fullest because he was from the block. He was one of the young terror squad motherfuckers coming up, you know? So we had to protect him. And that's the way it is with all of us, with all the brothers, with the original terror squad. It was like, you can't run. So if there's a problem, there's a situation and you're there, you gotta throw hands. You gotta lock up. You gotta pull out. You gotta do what you gotta do, but you can't leave. And that's the way that we in the block, that's like our rule. You can't leave. You gotta stay there and leave with everybody. You can't leave nobody behind. On some military shit, real talk.
Right. Because I know that you said that after that situation, like you guys wanted to kick Tony Sunshine's ass, basically, right? Like you, Pun, everybody wanted to. And you said Lil Heck stopped you?
Yeah.
Because he said he's just a kid?
Yeah. In the video store, we was in the video store and at the block, we was in Forest. And there was a corner store, and in the corner, right next to the corner store was a video store. You rent videos and shit. We used to hang out inside of that video store. I remember I was in that video store and I was already fucking mad or whatever, like flipping or whatever when I was in the film. And then out of nowhere, this little nigga walks in the video store, not even expecting him to walk in there. And then I lost it. And then Heck grabbed me, and then he was like, "Oh, you know, saying this and that." And you know, we just got so much respect for this dude for Heck that I just, you know, I listened.
Wait, did you grab Tony or anything when he did that?
I wasn't able to.
He knew he got you before that.
Little Heck, yeah, because Little Heck already knew what I was gonna do. So Little Heck was like, "Yo, you ain't gonna touch that nigga. Leave that nigga alone. He's just a kid. You ain't gonna touch him." And then when he came in the fucking thing, I fucking switched ready, and then everybody got in between me, and they took him out. And then that's where it stood at. And then I remember, me, Heck, all of us, then we all went to the hospital. And then it was Pun and Liza was there. And then and then I seen them and shit like that, and they were like, "Yo, just chill." They was telling me chill. Pun was like, they was telling Pun to chill. It was just a bad situation because we didn't know what the fuck was happening. We didn't know. All we heard was that they had to do emergency surgery because his intestines were out. And I was like, what the fuck? So yeah, that's where that was at.
Did you hear Tony's diss song recently or his verse on the?
I heard it. I heard it watching you.
Oh, what did you think about that?
I heard I think it was like a waste of talent, man. You know what I'm saying? Like talent wise, I'm not going to take that away from the dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know I don't know Tony's life after, you know, the fact, you know what I'm saying? I know one thing, that the kid's been through a lot of shit, through drug issues and all kind of shit. I don't know, like I said, I don't know what kind of gangster he is, if he's gangster. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give two fucks if you gangster, whatever. I think the kid is talented. I think Cuban is very, very fucking talented. I'm not saying that they should come together, kumbaya, make a record, but the focus should be on music. Focus should be on music. The focus shouldn't be wasting your fucking time with a record with a diss or something that's not going to go absolutely nowhere. That was a time where that motherfucker could have used that little part right there and shined the fuck out of everything. He could have shined right there. That was his opportunity to fucking kill it, to do the singing and the fucking rapping at the same time, but spit some shit and kills. Not waste your time on what you did. You know what I mean? I didn't even know about that shit until you played it. Like I said, I don't follow these niggas like that, yo. I'll be honest. The only person I really follow is Cuban. I follow his music. I love my guy, man. My dude is the truth. He's a little fucking crazy. Something wrong with that nigga.
What'd you think about Tony saying though, like, you know who cut your face and you didn't do anything, basically?
That's not true. That's not true at all. This motherfucker is dying to find out who did it and where he's at, because Cuban is the type of person it don't matter if it's fucking 60,000 years ago. Like, is a point to be proved. And I know what Cuban's capable of. You know what I'm saying? I know what that nigga's capable of, and he would do shit that he said he's gonna do.
Because, you know, people always say like, oh, if you really got a problem with Joe, why don't you go to Up NYC? Why don't you go do something about it? You know, like all these years you just talking about it, you're not really about that life. Like that's what a lot of the fans always hit him with.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cuban never said that he's going to kill Fat Joe.
Right.
He never said, oh, when I see him, I'm going to run up on him and I'm going to fucking shoot him and I'm going to stab him. I'm going to hit him with the machete. I'm going to hit him with a bat or nothing like that. Cubans always said that when he runs into the nigga, if it's on, it's on. You feel what I'm saying? With the hands. Never said anything else. Now, I'm sure if anything else is used against him, he's going to do the same thing back. You feel what I'm saying? But it's not about him hunting a fucking deer or him hunting a beluga like he says. You know what I'm saying? We're not hunting whales right now. You know what I mean? If he was hunting whales and Cuban had nothing to live for, I tell you right now, the dude would not be walking. The dude won't be walking because Cuban's about that life. But he's also not stupid. He's not a fucking idiot. And I don't get how anybody would be like, oh, if he's real, I don't understand why he don't go and do something to the nigga. You're a fucking idiot for even saying that or thinking something like that. You know what I'm saying? Keep it 100, dogs. Nobody does that. Who does that? You know who does that? The real fucking stupid gangster niggas that don't give a fuck, that don't care. These people are psychologically wrong with them. You don't understand what I'm saying? These are people that commit murders and be like, oh, ain't nothing gonna happen to me. I'm good. And then go on fucking TikTok and be like, I popped the nigga in the bones. I stabbed him with a knife in the room. I'm like, what? Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, who does that? So Cuban never said that. He never said that. So he kept it 100. Be like, when I see the niggas, it's green light. We're gonna, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna pop off, then we pop off. But I'm sure Cuban will be in a room and the nigga and that nigga Joe will be like, yo, come here, man, nigga, let's talk. I don't think Cuban's gonna walk up to that nigga and punch him in his face, be like, fuck talking. I think he's gonna do that. I don't think personally. I think he'll be like, what? What's up? What you got? What you got to tell me? Let's talk. And they'll talk. But if that half comes correct that way, if that half don't come correct, they gonna get action. Because this little nigga's not gonna be like on some where's the back door? No. This nigga's always gotten himself in the middle of fucking the wars, in the middle of everything, because he don't back down. He don't back down. Now, when he says it's a green light with fucking with this with Tony Sunshine, when he sees him, I believe it 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. He is a green light. Now it's up to him. It's up to I would say it's up to Tony Sunshine or whoever the problem is with, how they come at the moment. And let me tell you something. Everybody acts different when it's in front of your face.
Yep.
When it's in front of your face. Because I could be like, fuck you, nigga, what up, or you pull out a gun, and I'm going to be like this. I'm going to try to get out the situation.
Right.
It's not that I'm pussy. It's that I know I'm not going to win what's inside that gun. I'm not going to win. You know what I'm saying? But everybody acts different when it's happening in front of your face in live action. You act different. You know what I'm saying? Now, men, real fucking men. Yo, you with niggas? Yo, just don't mind your business. Don't even get into this shit. This is my shit. My shit. Yo, let's go. Let's go, nigga. Let's go. Me and you. Your crew stay, my crew stay. Let's rock, nigga. Let's get this shit over with.
Shoot the fair one.
Or the story he was saying with Raul, that he saw Raul, and Raul wasn't like, get him. That wasn't what happened, right? It's different when you see people in person, live in person. Situations are different. And that's everybody's opportunity to do one of two things. Make it worse or start to make it better.
Facts.
It's one of the two. And it's depending what the situation is right there when it happens.
What did you think about the leaked audio of Tony Sunshine talking? Did you hear that?
Which one?
He had a conversation with somebody and it was leaked. The phone conversation was recorded supposedly.
Of what?
And and Tony is talking about Cuban, and he's saying like, we done invited you out to the street plenty of times so that we could whip your ass or something along those lines, basically. And he's saying that I'm 160 pounds solid. I will break your jaw. And like, he's like saying like all those things.
What I would say right now is Cuban will trash that nigga. Real talk. I still see Cuban. I know what the nigga's capable of. Cuban is always, and it ain't because that's my brother, always been nice with his hands. Mamba, I told you that he fucking put paws on one of my guys back in the days, but on some real boxing shit. You know what I'm saying? In the middle of the street. Cuban got skills like that. Cuban's always been in the middle of battles and wars and everything. I've heard the stories, not only from Cuban, I've heard the stories from my real Terror Squad guys when they were in these battles and fights and everything like that. And Tony Sunshine wasn't nowhere to be found. They find him somewhere else hiding. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. Real talk. And I'm not saying this shit to down the nigga or nothing like that. I'm saying this because this is what's being said, not from one person that dislikes him. I'm saying this from several people I spoke to that was at the shit, like, you know, where all these guys, where this club thing happened at, and that the Cubans the Cubans set off a big fight. He started a riot, and niggas had guns and all this, and Raul broke out.
Oh, you're talking about the Connecticut situation?
Yes.
Yeah, where he was hiding. He was hiding underneath the sink.
They didn't tell me he was hiding underneath the sink. Cuban said that part, but everybody else that I spoke to, two of the guys were even in my house way after the fact, because they happened to be in Florida and they came to visit me because they was here with their family, and they came to my house and we chopped it up. We drinking and all that, and they told me the stories, and they told me, you know, saying that they told me about that night. A lot of people were mad at Cuban. I'm not gonna front. A lot of people were mad about what happened, but a lot of niggas was glorified about what they did because they banged the fuck out against niggas with guns, and they pretty much won a fucking war. And they was like two of them was like that he was hiding in the bathroom the whole time. But they didn't tell me that he was under the sink. Cuban was upset
what's crazy
about the
though?
sink.
Is in the leak conversation, he admits to being underneath the sink. He says that, yeah, if you're going to find coverage somewhere, what's wrong with being underneath the sink? But then like he's criticizing Cuban at the same time, saying that, oh, you're not really about that. You're not really like
No,
that's
the problem. That's the only problem, you know, saying that I'm doing when I'm listening and I'm in the background, I'm listening to all this, and I'm like, he'll find out. You know what I'm saying? Don't be pussy. Don't be pussy. If y'all cross paths, I would rather, you know, the discussion happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you know, just stop the bullshit. I'm not gonna say shit about you. You don't say nothing about me. We don't gotta be friends. We don't gotta be family. We keep it moving. Or, yo, you know, we could work on, you know, trying to, you know, let's just talk. Give me your number, whatever, you know, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But don't say nothing about me. Don't say nothing negative about, and then keep it that way. You know what I'm saying? Like when y'all do interviews, don't even, if anybody brings like certain things you bring up to me, I'll be like, I don't want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? We keep it moving. You could do that with everybody else. That's what I would rather happen, because I want peace. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, if it pop off, don't hide under the sink. Right. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stand up, man, and take the punches. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe you're a fucking amateur boxer now. I don't know.
About that situation, you said the guys came to your house and they told you about that, right? Yeah. Did they tell you where Joe went?
They say he wasn't there. He broke out.
So they confirmed what Cuban was saying that he left.
But everybody knows that. Everybody knows they left. They left. They broke the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? But the story is supposedly that everybody was supposed to leave with Joe, so that Joe thought everybody left with him. Supposedly the story. I know that's not the story though. You know, I know what really happened. You know, everybody and this is niggas from the block that we all grew up together. We came up together. Real Terror Squad niggas, original, saying this shit. You know, and even some people that weren't even real Terror Squad, they were just there. They were just there. And they said it. They said this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like all that shit and it wasn't only that. They said a lot of other things. A lot of other stories and things like that confirmed a lot of the shit that Cuban said. A lot of it.
And you can't tell us that, right?
Nah, that not. Because
Okay.
then they're gonna know who the fuck
Right.
then they're gonna
Right.
definitely know who I'm talking about.
Right. But as far as like that situation with Joe leaving, because Cuban said that when he got back to whatever headquarters, whatever, right? Like he talked to Pun and he saw Joe and he was like, "Where'd you go?" And he was mad and Pun was like, Pun couldn't say anything because he knew the truth that Joe had left them.
That part of the story, I don't know, because I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I wasn't there. But as apart from what happened in the club, I know that because it was told to me not from one person. It was about 4 people, including Cuban. So 3 other people besides Cuban. 3 other people. So
what about the strip club event where Cuban got stabbed? Was anyone there that you knew that confirmed that Tony got knocked out and he was underneath a green bin? Because that's what Cuban says.
I think that's the way I think that's the way that Cuban found him.
Right, but did you know anyone that was there that confirmed that happened?
The strippers, the girls, yeah. There's 3 girls that we rock with in there. Like, we rock with heavy. So there's 3 girls that ran with us, and they were there. They saw it, and they were the ones that was trying to. They were the ones that were standing in the front. They was the ones that was there trying to protect Tony. They got in the middle. That was trying to, stop the fight.
Wait, no. You telling me the strippers protected Tony? Like he had to have them step up?
I'm saying they should. I don't want to make the kid sound like a pussy, but I'm just telling you what the girls told me, that they seen what was happening. They seen that the dudes were surrounding them, and then they came up and they were like, no, because they all know all the parties.
Oh, gotcha.
The strippers,
okay.
They know the Bronx.
Right.
The strippers, dude, if you're stripping the Bronx knows you. You know what I'm saying? So they knew everybody. So they got in the middle, like, nah, they was trying to break it up. And then supposedly that's when they went bang, and and that's what happened. And then when he was on the floor, and that one of the girls, saying, I know, she's told me that she was there, like trying to, to stop them from, they were flipping on him. And then one of the strippers that was stopping it was the one I think was the one that went outside and told Cuban, because he was outside smoking or whatever it was. And Cuban ran into the fucking woods. Then he ran in. That's like running into a fucking cave in the middle of the winter and a bear sleeping. You know what I'm saying? And the bear is about to wake up. So he ran into that shit. And then that's when all that shit happened. And then it ended up out, outside. And then that's when, the dude jigged him. And then that's what happened.
I was watching your interview on Check the Rhyme Radio, right? Shout out to GQ. And you said you was mainly mad at the dudes that was with Cuban, and you felt they turned their back on him.
They did turn their back on him.
People like Prospect and Armageddon.
I don't know if Prospect was there. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know that part.
I'm just saying that's one of the names that you had said.
Let's put it like this. I was real mad that the dudes that were there with Cuban, that ran with Cuban. Let me put it like this. None of these cats would have been in a situation with all this music and all this glorifying shit if it wasn't for Pun and Cuban. All right. And the reason I say Cuban as well is because when Pun passed, the torch went on to Cuban. When Cuban did the record, Flowers for the Dead. When Cuban did Flowers for the Dead, he kept that torch running, because even though it was a sad song, it was a hit record. It was a hit. Everybody loved that record. That's the record that everybody was booking fucking Cuban for all of these shows everywhere. So he kept the torch lit, and he kept this going because of Flowers for the Dead. He had all these niggas still coming to shows, and they were all still relevant because of that. So for them to be saying that they were brothers with Cuban and all of this and all of that, and then not defending him when that happened, or even breaking it up, or even getting in the middle, you know what I'm saying? Or even be like, yo, who the fuck cut him? You know what I'm saying? Yo, who did? Or find a nigga that did that right then and there, then, that was some pussy shit. That's fake ass niggas.
So you were talking more about the actual fight at Jimmy's, that they turned their back on him for that. You're not talking about like after all that, the career, everything, they turned their back on him that way.
Nah, man, because Cuban did his thing regardless after that. Let me, like I said, it ain't to shit on nobody or nothing like that either, but what did any of them do after that? I didn't hear no records. I ain't hear no singles. I didn't hear nothing after that. Nothing after that. Honestly, what did you hear? After Cuban exited.
That's the situation too. It's like, you know, they never got to put out solo albums. I mean, they did like another Terror Squad album, right? But like, it wasn't like they had individual projects with Joe, on Terror Squad Records or anything.
Only one that had motion was Remy. That's it.
Right.
That is it. Everything
but
else.
She's not even original or TS.
No,
as
she's
far
not.
As like when you think of.
No, she's not Terror Squad. She's Terror Squad from the record label. She's a member of the Terror Squad.
But what I mean though
label.
is like even the original Terror Squad group.
She's not. No,
it was it's like Prospect and Getty and basically Pun and Triple Sace and Cuban.
Yeah,
and
but
Joe,
she took the torch after that.
Right.
After Cuban, after there was nobody else after that. The one that took the torch was the female, was Remy. She's the one that took the torch and she did her thing. You know what I'm saying? She did her thing or whatever. And then, fallouts, non-fallout or whatever. I never knew Remy. I don't know Remy. You know what I'm saying? I never met Remy. I don't know Remy like that. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I'm more one of them niggas that's real. You know what I'm saying? If I ran with you from the beginning, you put me on, you did all of this for me and blah, blah, blah. And I'm running with you. You're supposed to be my brother. I'm going to be your brother until the fucking end. You know what I'm saying? Until you stab me in the back.
So can you confirm that Prospect was brought around because of Cuban?
Prospect was always, don't get it twisted. Prospect was always in the block. Everybody knew Prospect. Prospect already knew all of us. It wasn't like he just came up out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Prospect was an artist himself. He was doing his thing. Another good lyricist. You know what I'm saying? Another good kid with some fucking bars. He was like GQ. You know what I'm saying? They was different style, real good style. And he was recruited when I left into Full of Clips, like the Full of Clip part. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah, because when I left, he was recruited into that. And then recruited into the Terror Squad thing because they bring him in. I think it was Pun and Cuban that bring him in because the dude's nice. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to have a fucking project and continue a project and then not have a unit of fucking people that are fire. So Prospect was just that kid that filled the puzzle. You know what I'm saying? Because he was talented. He was fire. The kid could spit. And he just made that shit, what it was. I just think that that whole camp could have exploded with the right guidance. You understand?
Absolutely.
With the
That's
right
what
guidance.
I always say, though. I always say that it's a shame for the fans because we never got to see the full potential of what that could have become.
And I think that if Pun would have been alive, I don't think Joe would have been in the picture at all. If Pun was still alive today, I don't think Pun would have been in the picture. I mean, not Pun.
You mean Joe?
I don't think Joe would have been in the picture. And I think that it would have been a whole different outcome. Remember, Armageddon, that's Joe's guy.
Right.
Joe, Armageddon is from our block, from Forest, from our area. You know what I'm saying? He's that.
So he would have stuck with Joe for sure.
But he would have stuck with Joe's guy. But at the same time, too, Armageddon is a good guy, too. Get it twisted. He's a good guy. That from what I know of. You know what I mean? Whatever happened after that or whatever's going on, I don't know none of that shit. I know from what I know from him in the block, humble dude, good dude, very talented guy as well. So I think that it was a great idea when Prospect came in it because the kid was talented. So you got these artists, right? You got these 5 artists that are fucking very talented, right? I just think that they were managed wrong. They were taken advantage of, right? They were being robbed, real talk. And if it wasn't for that clique, I'm just being honest, I don't think Joe would have been in the music level that he is today. Not the musical legend or whatever it is that he is today. Because what exploded Joe's career, which I would always say to never take it from Joe. Joe was on some business shit. And the best thing that Joe ever did was put on Pun. Because if he didn't put on Pun, Joe would have not been in the level that he is in music today. Period. You feel what I'm saying?
No, because his rhyme style changed completely.
Pun saved his career. Because at the time when Pun came, I think Joe admitted this himself as well. Joe wasn't doing shit. Joe wasn't moving. Nothing was going for him on music. Like really. And when Pun
But I was listening to Twins today, right? And you can even tell by the rhyme cadence when Joe is doing it. Like you could tell that Pun wrote it.
Everybody knows the truth about that. Everybody knows that Pun, even Armageddon's wrote shit for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Charlie Rock told me that too.
Yeah. And everything like that, right? But I'm just saying, like, out of what in my opinion, I just think that when I left and they bring in Prospect and everything like that, I just think that the guidance for the crew for that clique was done wrong. Absolutely wrong. It was being run by I think unexperienced people in the business. They just was experienced on probably a percentage of what to get a percentage of money, and that's it. As in experience at looking at the future and looking at the big picture, this is what we could really do. I think that was absent. Nobody didn't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't done right. It wasn't done correctly. And I just feel that if they had the right guidance, the right management, the right push, the right people, right now, Terror Squad would have still been an item. Maybe not as a group today, but bigger in a name wise as what they are today. And as a group, a rap group, not the record label. You understand what I'm saying? It's a big difference. Mm-hmm. People got to understand that. But I think if Joe would have been, if Pun would have still been alive, if that would have happened to Cuban, it would have been such a bad situation for Joe. It would have been really bad because everybody loved Pun. Everybody followed Pun.
Well, Pun was the glue. So you could argue that none of that would have even got there if Pun was still alive. Like Joe would.
Pun wasn't only the glue. Pun was the magnet. He's the one that attracted everything. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's the one that attracted everything. Nobody it didn't attract anything else. Pun was like this big fucking mythological being. He was like a fucking unicorn that just showed up in the fucking Bronx. That's like getting off the train station, right? And you turn around and there's a fucking lion sitting right there in the Bronx. A fucking lion. That's the same thing like Pun. They'll turn around, they see this fucking dude, like, this fucking guy is the best in the world. You know what I mean? And he proved it. He proved it, not only to himself, but he proved it to the fans and he proved it to other fucking artists. Proved it to everybody. I'm not saying that, they should still be glorifying him and they should be doing these big things and everything, which they should. But let's speak reality. If Pun was still alive, I don't think the shit would have been happening. I think it would have been different now. I think all of these artists would have still had a career if they would have been to where they were. You know what I'm saying? I really think that it would have. I think that Prospect would have still had a career. 1000% Cuban would have had a career. Definitely. With Armageddon, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But because he was a Joe guy, so he would have followed Joe. You know what I mean? And then that's where he would have made his mistake. But I think that everybody else would have found their path, and they would have been doing bigger things. It would have been so dope to see that today. Would I like to see a reunion? I think it'll probably be one of the biggest things in hip hop, because that's one reunion that nobody would ever think will happen ever, because there's so much animosity, there's so much hate, there's so much blame, there's so much hurt, there's so much shit that I don't think that shit would ever happen. You know what I mean? I don't think it'll ever happen.
Right.
I remember being there when it was trying to be happening. Here in Florida, I remember that it was Cuban, Sace, Armageddon, all of them. There was a time that they were all here.
They had one night. You remember
Years
that
ago.
where they did a reunion?
Here,
just one
it was
night
here in Florida. I was there.
Yeah.
So, That wasn't even done right. You know what I'm saying? and it was like, but it was cool. It was cool. You know what I'm saying? For the time being, it was cool. I think it just could have been done extraordinarily right. I would put money behind that. Real talk. Like I would put money behind a project like that. Even though everybody's old men now.
Right. Let me ask you this. Did you see that interview that Prospect did like a year or two ago?
No.
Where he basically was saying that they should have been pushing his album instead of Cuban's, and Cuban is the reason that he wasn't able to come out, and he was making whack records basically about just girls, and that's why he wasn't going to sell. So he put like a lot of the blame onto Cuban.
Everybody's going to have their opinions, bro. Everybody's going to have their opinions. I'll tell you right now, Cuban was fucking huge. Huge.
But do you see how people try to rewrite history? Because I think it's absurd to think that, the rumor is that he was only predicted to sell 5,000 copies that first week. That's why they shelved the album. Like, there's no way that song, Flowers for the Dead, was just so big, bro.
Super
like that
big.
alone, right?
Everybody was waiting for the next record. Everybody was waiting for the next record.
Back then, like even the wackest artists were selling so much more.
But see, that's the thoughts of people. You understand? You get it? That's the thought of people. I'm better. I'm bigger. Not, yo, let's let Cuban open the door like Pun did, and we could keep going. And then I'll wait online. I'll be next. But Cuban, let's all back him up. Let's get behind him. Let's push him like a brother. Let's put him on top. And then he continued the dynasty. This is the thoughts of people. I'm better. My shit would have been better. He's doing bitch music, female music. But guess what? That bitch music, that female music was still getting you shows. Was still getting you shows because you was still with Cuban when he was doing Flowers for the Dead shows. So he was keeping the shit alive. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, if everybody would have just keep it real, keep it loyal, been loyal. Not I'm better than you. He's better than that. And it's the same thing with Joe. Joe was like, yo, I'm taking a back seat. I know that fucking Pun is going to save everything. Pun is going to be the savior. I'm going to hold the umbrella for him. Even Joe did it. Even to this day, Joe's never said that he's better than Pun, that he's bigger than Pun, that he can do better music, that he should have been ahead. No, Joe knew that Pun was it. Joe knew that Pun was the answer, was the savior. And he took the chance. He held the umbrella, kept him dry, right? Why can't everybody else do that? Why couldn't everybody else do that? And that's what I'm telling you. Those are just the thought of people, of who to trust and who don't trust and who not to trust. You feel what I'm saying? That was the opportunity.
I think the problem though is that it's not looking at what was the real issue, and it's blaming the person closest to you. You know what I'm saying? It's like the divide and conquer situation instead of blaming who was at the head.
Nah, but see, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to listen. You got to listen to the thoughts. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That wasn't just there. It's always been there. You understand what I'm saying? It's always been there. You just don't think that overnight. And overnight say, well, if they would have just shelved this shit and put my shit first and put me up top and blah, blah, blah. No, bro. That means that's been your shit from the beginning. That's been your thought process from the beginning. It wasn't about being a team player. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about, even Joe was a team player. Even though everything went left, in the beginning, he was still a team player.
Right.
But let's be real too, because of Joe's decision, it made everybody popular. It got everybody famous. To this day, everybody knows who Cuban is. You know what I'm saying? Even though now it's like, fucking hates Joe, you know what I'm saying? And this and that, but, or what happened to him. But at the same time, you got to have that thought process. When you have that thought process, bro, me, that means that it was me from the beginning. It just didn't happen overnight. So that was his thought process from the beginning. You understand what I'm saying? And that's not the way you do business in any business. You can't do that. Business is about sacrifice. You have to sacrifice yourself to even see if the business is going to succeed.
Right.
Or if the business is even going to take off the ground or start. You have to sacrifice. And if all these niggas would have sacrificed and be like, yo, we have to stick behind Cuban right now. Cuban is going to put us to that next level. Cuban is the one that's going to get us to get on these records, and we're going to start doing our thing. Why would you think that with Joe if it wasn't happening already? It wasn't even in Joe's thought process. Remember, nobody thought or had an idea that this was going to happen upon. Nobody. The sad thing is, and I don't want to think about this, is who did this, right? Who did, oh shit, Pun is dead. What the fuck are we going to do now? It's over. It's over. But not have the thought process of, damn, my brother's fucking dead. But your first thought is, what are we going to do? We can't go to the studio tomorrow. It's over. We can't do it. I don't want to think that people thought that way. But when you hear people do interviews and then you hear them, the little things that they say, like shit like that, then it makes you think. Like, damn, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, why the fuck you think this motherfucker Cuban's so fucking mad at motherfuckers? Because everybody stabbed this nigga in his back, bro. Everybody. But you know what?
Right. Okay. So like after he separates from Joe, right? Prospect, Remy Ma, Tony Sunshine, and Getty, they stay behind with TS, right? Now, Joe is the one that has the power, the opportunity, the money, and most of these people didn't have a stable situation where it was looking like solo albums coming out and, you know what I mean, being stable that way. Can you blame them for sticking with the bag? I'm not saying it's the morally correct thing to do.
But they weren't making a bag. Dude, listen, I don't care what nobody says. They wasn't making a bag. You got to understand when Pun passed, right? And everybody was trying to figure out the pieces. Even Joe was showing up to all fucking Cubans fucking shows. Because I've been to several of those shows and Joe was there all the time. I've even opened up for 2 of those shows.
I bet you Joe like that, huh? Joe like that.
No, he hated that shit. Hated it because he had no idea that I was doing that. But God bless the dead. That was when Flex was alive. And Flex was the one that brought me out and was like, you're sick, you're going to open. And I opened. You know what I'm saying? Twice. Right? So when Pun died, Cuban picked up the torch with Flowers for the Dead. Ended up with a hit fucking record. Pretty much saved everything and still had everybody relevant. All right? Still have motherfuckers relevant. Because I was there and I saw, at that point, I was coming out to shit. Because now they were doing more shows in like Miami and things like that. Now they in my hood, you know what I'm saying? My area where I can get to. So I'm going to these things now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm seeing this. Everybody's living off of Cuban shit.
Was Still Telling Lies out at this time?
Yeah. They were still performing it. They were performing it. All the Terror Squad records, Cuban will come out and they were all performing the Terror Squad records. And then Cuban will close it out with Flowers for the Dead.
No. Still Telling Lies was his single off of the 24K album with Tony Sunshine.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. They were still all rocking with this shit. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is Cuban still had the torch. He was going with the torch. Now, when Cuban wasn't in there no more, what happened after that? There was no Armageddon singles.
No.
Joker was, fucking Sammy was already gone. Triple Six was already gone, right?
Yep.
There was no singles from Prospect. Nothing at all, right? And then they did the record with Remy. And what happened? It popped.
The Lean Back.
And what happened? It popped off, right? Now Remy became a forefront.
Yeah.
Right? So now everybody else that was involved with the squad that were there before Remy were pushed back. And they grabbed Remy and put Remy in the forefront, which was the You know, and business-wise was the right thing to do. But that was because you didn't do nothing for these niggas prior to that. Prior to it, right? Nobody. So when you think about it, there's nobody, none of these guys have nothing memorable to this day. You feel what I'm saying? As in a record. You know what I mean? Memorable.
Right.
There's memorable records of Cuban. Memorable records. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Off the books, all of this shit. There's memorable
She
records.
ended up leaving shortly after that too, though, right? But then she came back years later, of course, after her prison sentence.
That was his punt when she came back. That was his punt all over again.
Tony left, but then he ended up coming back, right?
Uh-huh.
And so it's like I feel like they viewed the opportunity is with Joe, and they can't do it.
Let me ask you
him.
something. If Joe's been pretty smart, right, when it comes to music, right? Because everything he's been picking has been winning for him because he knows how to use people and how to use things in front of him to make, to get the bag.
Right.
Why do you think he never, remember, Tony Sunshine turned from an artist to a hype man.
To the hype man?
Right.
Right.
Why throughout all these years, Joe has never backed a single or backed a record or even got featured on a record with Tony Sunshine? Because he feels that the kid is not talented enough to fucking make a record, to make a hit record. Or he wouldn't even sacrifice himself to jump on a record with him. Why? That's your brother, right? That's your family. I came up together. That's your nigga. But he doesn't have a record with him. Not one record. Right? Now, if I know that Panda Chop is the fucking, is Trump, and if I follow Panda Chop, I'm going to get that bag, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to close my channel. I'm going to get rid of my channel, and I'm going to fucking wear a fucking bear mask next to the panda mask. And that's how I'm going to rock, because I know that that's where the bag is. You know what I'm saying? But he's never done that. Never done that. He bring him to be his hype man and all of that, because probably that's the last Mohegan he trusts. I don't know.
You know what's so crazy though is that 20 something years now, and he still never put out a solo album. Right? Never put out a solo album, and he was supposed to put out a Spanish album this past summer. Didn't happen. And Joe has shown some support by like advertising it, but yeah, we don't see any songs with Joe on it or anything. But Joe's out here doing features with other artists, right? So it's you got a point though. That's
because Tony Sunshine don't got a bag to pay for that verse. He don't got the bag to pay for that verse. Could you think Joe wouldn't charge?
You know what's crazy though is that I saw an interview with him that Vlad did like years ago, right? And he said that they had 7 different record deals. Mm-hmm. Each record deal, he delivered an album, just didn't come out.
And supposedly, allegedly, Joe was paid in advance for every record. For every record deal, they was paid in advance.
And that's why Cuban believed that, it was him getting the money from those advances that was the goal. It wasn't putting out the actual work.
I don't know, bro. I wasn't there.
Right.
But what I'm saying is there's a reason for all of this. How can you be talented, right? Talented. For many years, do all this fucking music, right? Have the backing of one of the biggest rap artists in the world, Fat Joe, right? Allegedly one of the biggest. One of the most powerful guys in the music industry. One of the guys that could pick up the phone and be like, yo, give this nigga a shot. Bring him in. Let's do 3 records. Bring him in. It's been 20 something years, right?
Okay, well, what do you think about this? Because Cuban has said that he can sing someone else's song, like do a cover, but when it comes to him doing his own music, he's not good enough to do that.
I don't know. I don't know because I'm not there like that or anything. I mean, I've heard of quite a few records that he's done, and they're pretty good. They're pretty good. You know what I'm saying? I like them. They're pretty good. Could they be better? Absolutely. Anybody could be better. And this is what I'm gonna say about everybody.
But wait, before you do that, but do you think that he has the star power to be the solo artist, that R&B guy that you look at these other artists as?
And I'm gonna answer what I was just about to say. If you have the right people behind you and the right team, yes. Yes. If you have the right people, the right team, with the right intentions, yes. I can do that for anybody right now. Real talk. I could. Because I'm not gonna get blackballed. I'm not gonna get, and if I bring you something and you turn me down because of the next man calling you, I guarantee you're gonna walk in your office in the middle of the night and I'm gonna be sitting on a chair with a bat.
You're gonna be on that Ice Cube shit.
And I'm gonna break your fucking legs. I'm gonna flip on you. If you let the next man decide your decision as a fucking man, I'm gonna hurt you. Real talk. Don't get in the middle of my shit. Go get your own bag. Eat your own fucking vegetables. Let me eat fucking meat. I don't like vegetables. Stay over there. I'll stay over here. Mind out each other's business and that's it. Don't hurt this when nobody's hurting that. You know what I mean? Because people could do stuff, real fucked up things. You know what I mean? And that's it. You got to have the right people behind you with the right intentions, the right attitude, and the right business mind that everyone is going to respect. That if anybody calls, they'll be like, well, you know what? I'll figure that out on my own. You know what I'm saying? But if you're that man, if you're that person and you pick up the phone to try to hurt other people, you're a piece of shit. Own up to it. Own up to it. If you can do that behind closed doors, then be a man, be a gangster. Tell everybody, yeah, I did that. Fuck you. Yeah, I did that. Don't sugarcoat it. You know what I'm saying? Don't sugarcoat it. And if you as a business owner would have the next man or somebody call you and threaten you or give you ultimatums or ask you for a favor not to fuck with somebody when you know that somebody's never did nothing to you personally and you know that it can be a great possibility for you and your family to grow, then you're a piece of shit too. You're a piece of shit too. You know what I'm saying? Then you don't deserve this artist. That's what I'm saying. That everybody, including him, including Tony Sunshine, everybody, you have the right team behind you. The right team. When I say the right team is the right team that they sit down and don't allow you to put trash music out. Don't allow you to do that. Like, my nigga, that record is not good. Don't put it out. You know what I'm saying? Let's put everything behind this record. I think that this is, people that make decisions as a team, as a group, and make correct decisions. People that can tell you the truth to your face and you can accept that. That's the right way and the right path for you to go. You know what I mean? It is. It's never too late. It's never too late for you to come out with a hit record. It's never too late for you to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's never too late. It's about how you respond back after that hit record. That's what it's all about. It's how you respond right back after that. Because if you're just going to do it for one thing and, hey, I did it, I accomplished it, I'm done, then it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Look at this man. Look at Cuban. He's been fucking striving and striving. He has not been a year since this happened, 20 something years, has not dropped something. He's been doing music the whole time. But who else been doing music the whole time? It's Tony Sunshine too.
Mm-hmm.
But where is it going? You know what I'm saying? I know where Cuban is going. I know what he's doing behind the scenes right now. That's very positive and looks great. I know it's a struggle even to where he's getting at. I don't know what's going on that side, but you can see it. You know how you can see it? By your catalog. You don't have one.
Yeah.
You don't have one. You don't.
No mixtapes?
Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing at all. And it's a waste. It's a fucking waste. When you have talented people talented individuals just fucking going at it. You know what I'm saying? Going at it and shit like that. And doing everything. This one says that one says that. All this negativity shit, man. And it's hurtful on both ends, both sides. You know, to me, more on Cuban side, it's hurtful. You know what I'm saying? But you got to look at the bigger picture. It's never too late to get the bag. To get the bag is never too late. We're talking about just one thing can change everything overnight for everybody.
Yeah.
One thing can change it overnight like that for everybody. Nobody's willing to step in or try or do nothing. You know who is? I am. Let's keep it 100. I am. And I never even told Cuban that. Never. He's going to know now when he sees this shit. He's probably going to call me as soon as you drop it. Yes, I said it. I said it. You gotta fucking have the right fucking team that's for you, that wants you to win, not just wants to make a bag off of you, but actually wants you to win. That's what you got to go with, bro. That's my fucking opinion. Real talk. Or y'all could just come and collect statues with me. Man.
So I saw you talk about the beef with Joe after he made the phone call to your studio, right? And you said you could get it. He said you could get it too if you rock with Cuban. The whole Ozone magazine situation happens. Joe comes to a club to perform, and you said something about the DJ's arm getting broken or something like that.
I ain't break nobody's arm.
What? You did, or what are you talking about?
I ain't breaking nobody's arm.
Okay.
I didn't do nothing.
So it never happened, right? It didn't happen.
I left. I already left when that happened.
You didn't do nothing.
I wasn't nowhere around.
So you
when that happened.
You don't know.
That's it. That's it, nigga.
That's all you know? Okay.
Dude, you're starting to fucking remind me like Vlad. You're fucking Vlad right now, bro. I'm not gonna fucking.
All right. We don't want to do that. Okay. So I did an interview with Funkmaster Wizard Wiz, and he said he lived. You know who that is, right?
I'm Funkmaster Wizard Wiz. That's a dope ass name. That's fucking I don't know who that is though.
He had the song back in the days called "Crack It Up."
Crack It Up. Okay. I don't know who that is, but I'm familiar with the record.
Okay. And he had Bellevue Patient and stuff. So, but he said that he lived in the same building as Joe, and he told a story of when Joe and TS was harassing his gay brother, Wiz's gay brother. Right. And Wiz was watching from the window, and he came downstairs strapped, and he pressed Joe, and Joe eased up. He said TS was a little further away when it happened, but they were watching it happen. It wasn't like he pulled out the gun or anything. He just had it on him, but he told Joe, like, you know, that's my brother, right? And Joe kind of like just like eased up on it. Do you remember that happening? Man, roll the clip.
I lived in the front window. I lived on the 7th floor, and I'm seeing my brother coming inside the building. And I'm seeing that Joe and his squad is gesturing at my brother, ooh, yo, making all kind of, insinuations. And, my brother's, he's gay. He's ignoring it. And he comes in the building. And I was offended by that because they didn't know that was my brother, number one. Fat Joe didn't know that was my family. So I felt compelled to go downstairs and put a check on that shit. So that's exactly what I did. I grabbed the motherfucking hammer And I walked out the building and Joe was standing there by the chains and I walked right to him. I said, yo, check this out, bro. Peace, what's good? Yo, I want to clear something up with you. I said, you saw that person that just walked in the building? He said, who that chump? I said, yo, that's my brother. And he was like, oh, shit. I said, that's my family, bro. And I was watching y'all from the window, intimidating him, antagonizing him. So what I want you to do for me, Joe, is let your mans in them know that's my peoples, man. Don't do that again. Don't let your peoples in them know that's my family. And don't do that again. So they was looking at me talking to Joe, and they didn't know what was going on. You know, they was just watching to see how, reading our body language and shit. But Joe threw up his hands and was like, yo, you got it. You got it. You got it, OG. And I never saw them do that again to my brother when he came in the building.
I don't remember it happened, but I wouldn't doubt it. Because like you could tell like stories that are true and stories that ain't. Because that's something that would happen. You know what I'm saying? People fuck around and be like, oh, he's fucking fugazi or whatever, fucking with him. And then the fucking brother or sister or somebody will come out and defend somebody. Yeah, I believe that.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't remember something. I probably wasn't there when that happened. I don't remember that, but I wouldn't doubt that it did happen.
But you don't know Wiz?
To me, honestly, it'd probably be a face thing. If I see the face and shit, I probably know him like his government name, but probably not the thing you just said.
Yeah, let me put the picture up so you can see.
No, I don't remember, dude. Nah, I don't remember him.
But you know the song though.
I know the song, yeah, but I don't remember him.
All right. So after our interview, King's son called me. And he said he doesn't know you, and the description of the situation of him rolling up in limos with mute guys with machine guns never happened. He said it was a lie.
When I came to the block, that's what I walked into the situation. Whether he came with them or not, I'm not 100% sure. But I know what happened that day. And this is a story that heck and everybody could tell you because they ran up on everybody that was in the block. I just ended up walking into the situation. Now, King's son may not know me personally. We never rocked like that. But King's son was in the block when we was in the block. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in the block. 1,000%. You feel what I'm saying? So as in person to person shit, nah. But as in him coming to the block, we're affiliated in that way. That we see him come to the block, hang out in the block, whatever, come with Joe and all of this and all of that. But that's just about it. But when I came to the block, he was there when these cats rolled up. 100%.
So he wasn't in the limo with them?
Nah, I ain't seen him in the limo with them. That's what was told to me, that he came looking for Joe with these niggas. That he came looking for Joe for these cats, with these cats. So that's what was so said in the block. I came when
to put a hurting on Joe, or just like, oh, we need to go get Joe for something else.
I think it was he had an issue with Joe during the time when that happened. If I'm not mistaken, he had an issue with Joe. I don't know if it was Joe the money or whatever the fuck it was, but it was an issue with Joe. And I know King's son of being a truth dude. You know what I'm saying? Like saying the truth and shit like that. But you know what I'm saying? That I know exactly what the fuck happened that day. You know what I mean? I don't know if he came with them or not. You know what I'm saying? That's what was told to me, that they ran up into the block with King's son. You know what I'm saying? Either King's son was there or not. I know King's son was there. I don't know if he was affiliated with what that was going on, but I came when they were already there. You know what I mean? And then one of the dudes, I know him because that was my boy, White Boys Mike's brother. You know, say from Davidson, from the ranch, and he was one of the dudes that was with them in the cars.
So you came when it was like already happening, like you weren't there from the beginning.
Yeah, when they were already. Honestly, at the beginning, I thought that it was Joe. You know what I'm saying? Because Joe would probably be the only one to come to the block in a limo. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. So I see the cars and shit like that. I'm like, all right, we going to the club. So I'm walking on the block and I walk in and everybody's just standing there. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. And then, the discussion and the arguing or whatever was going on. And we were just standing. I was like, what's going on? They were like, niggas can't run up on Joe. And I was like, what you mean they can't run up on Joe? Because Joe don't be in the block like that. He don't be there in the corner with us like that. Like I said, he just shows up, every now and then. He wasn't like always hanging out with us right down the block, sitting on milk crates in the corner with us or nothing like that. Joe never did that. But yeah, that's basically what that shit happened.
But him and Joe were really close at one point.
Yeah, but I also heard the history of that. There was something that popped off with them too at the same time. I don't know if how true that is. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just telling you from the block. I was in the block that he had an issue.
Can you share what you heard?
The what? Nah, they just said there was an issue. I don't know if it was money or something like that. There's something that I think Joe owed money or it has something to do with music. You know what I'm saying? It has something to do with music.
Because from what Son told me, he wrote so much of that first album, Represent, and he never got anything out of it. And he did a lot for Joe too.
And I'll be honest with you, I didn't even know that he wrote like a lot of shit like that for Joe, like that. I know like Flojo and stuff like, cause you told me
right
that he wrote, shit like that. I didn't know that. Like Joe wouldn't tell us nothing like that in the block that he got somebody ghostwriting from a writing shit for him. He wouldn't tell nobody that.
Yeah.
But I know the truth. I know that niggas wrote for him. You know what I'm saying? That so I wouldn't doubt nothing at all that King Son said that he wrote. If in fact the whole fucking album, if he said he did.
Yeah, he said he wrote most of it, is what he said. But the last interview when I brought up Flojo, your reaction was hilarious because you was trying to play it cool when I told you that he wrote it, right?
It's I don't like to stage or shit on people. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck who it is or nothing like that. I just don't speak on shit that I don't know. You know what I mean? If I was there, I saw it, I'm gonna speak on it. You know what I mean? If you want problems, you want to take it further, let's go. You know what I mean? Let's go. But the thing with Joe, this is something that everybody already knows. Everybody already knows this. You know, say whether who it is or who wrote whatever, everybody knows that he had ghostwriters. He had people writing his music. A lot of people do that. Like you said, he just came out and said that 95% of the shit that he did on his raps wasn't real, that it was all fabricated, it was all lies, which is still insane to me for him to say something like that. And then that's like you're taking away from your own history. You know what I mean?
But you would consider yourself a lyricist, wouldn't you?
If I wrote it, yeah.
No, but like I mean the type of rapper that you are, you consider yourself to be a lyricist, right? Like lyrics really matter the way that you. So I think that to you, isn't the idea of having someone else write your stuff like already kind of crazy? Like you wouldn't accept that?
It'll be different if somebody's helping you write, right? If somebody's helping you write, like you say a word, like anything you could say, like any rapper that would say something or say a word, a verse, like I bring fire to hell, send angels to heaven, I'm a legend in Bibles. They got thrown, saying shit like that. And then they'd be like, yo, don't say the Bible thing, say this and that and stretch that word and stretch this word and change it to this. It sounds better. And then you could go into a metaphor. That's different when you got somebody doing that, because then you're like, oh shit.
Coaching you.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, say, yeah, you're right. Boom, and you change it like that. But when you got somebody in there, like, writing the whole shit, and you over there, and you going somewhere else, you come back, yo, you finished? You got it? What we got? It's different. And then you let that person go on the verse, and they spit the whole verse, and then you're sitting down 2 hours trying to memorize the whole verse, what he just said. Then you go in the booth, and you say it your way. Then that's like, you're not a lyricist. You're not a lyricist. You are Nelly Vanilli, right?
Right.
That's what you are. You're one of those. But if somebody's just helping you with the metaphor and helping you, like, yo, change this word up, you know what I'm saying? I don't think, that doesn't even go, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. And they helping you with them words, and they're helping you word play together. And now you writing your shit, and that dude come back and be like, you see, that shit sound hot now. That sound better now. That's somebody helping you with your shit. even though it's still considered ghostwriting or whatever, but there's a difference in feeling, attitude wise. As
Yeah.
in, I did this shit. You know what I mean? It's different.
Well, the way that Gilly, your cousin, described it, right? He said that they didn't write full on songs for him, but they were giving him lots of bars and then coaching him through it. From what he saw.
Yeah, but they were writing bars. They didn't write a word.
Got you.
Bars is different. Bars is a fucking is a bar, my dude. That's like those are bars. A word is like, hey, what? You know what I mean? It's different. It's very different.
So you're saying the difference of coaching someone, having them change up a little bit versus like, hey, I'm giving you a lot of your stuff.
It's different.
Yeah.
100% different. You know what I'm saying? You're not writing the song. You helping with the song. You helping you. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Yo, I wrote that fucking record. Word? Yeah, I wrote that whole shit. Or, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I helped him and shit here and there. You know, we changed up some words and everything and shit like that, and he killed it after that. Different. That's different. You helped. You know what I'm saying? You helped. When you help, you don't really get credit.
The coaching aspect is kind of like what a producer does a lot of times too. Like if you in there with like a Dr. Dre and like he's telling you, hey, don't say it like this, say it like this, the way that you use the tone there or whatever, you know, or end your bar on this.
And that's the producer's job. That's what they're supposed to do. But and then you got that person that's on the sofa with you. You know what I'm saying? And you tell them, yo, how this shit sound. You know what I'm saying? And he'd be like, it sound hot, but yo, if you used to put this shit right here, then it'll fall in with that next shit, the next bar even harder. Where you think that, boom, then you do it. He'd be like, yeah, you're right. That's what's up. And you keep it going. And then both of you are like, damn, you know, well, I helped him, he helped me, did a good record. We did something dope. It's different. It's very different. Very different. But with King Son's situation, he wrote the shit. He wrote it. And that's what I'm saying is from what I remember, from what I heard, was that they had an issue because, like I said it, because of the music. It had something to do with the music. And there was an issue. And from what we know, King Son was that guy. King Son wasn't no pussy ass dude. You feel me? I think anybody knew him for being pussy like that. And that's what I'm saying, that when that situation happened in the block, it was like, you know, they were saying that he ran that was King Son's people. They looking for Joe and all this and all that. And I was like, God damn, this motherfucker got power like that. He got a bunch of mute motherfuckers with Mac 10s and 11 shit. But that's where I stood at with that situation. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's where I said that, what I said on that part. Now, I wasn't there during the thing I came after when they were already pulled up. You know what I mean? And everybody was on that shit. And I was like this by the icebox. And I was like, what happened? And that's when they say, yo, this nigga fucking mute niggas, a bunch of niggas pulled up. They got fucking Max and all this in the cars. And I'm like, word. Oh, shit. Let me get some of that 40. You know what I'm saying? Let me get some of that 40, nigga. And, you know, that's the way it was at, man. But, yeah, that's what that part with him, that's where I stand with that.
Have you ever heard about Joe battling TUD? In a rap battle?
Who?
Where TUD.
Oh, I never heard of it.
Man, roll the clip. So who won that battle?
Lyrically, TUD had better lyrics, but Joe's performance and you know how you battle rap, like he came in with that. And he's Dolo. He's not supposed to be in that fucking building. You know what I'm saying? Like that's enemy territory for him. He came and he represented Dolo with me. And you know what I'm saying? He didn't know me like that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't know each other. So at the end of it, those are my niggas more than him. So he trusted the fact that, you know what I'm saying? And that was respect. But the delivery Joe had, you know, he definitely overshot. He overshined with just the attitude. You know what I'm saying? With louder, more conviction in his rhymes. You know what I'm saying?
Because Cuban was talking about how it happened, and he said that he had brought Joe there, and Joe spit Flow Joe basically, and he felt like Joe's performance was better, so he felt that Joe won against TUD. TUD, he felt he had an issue.
This was after I left or before, or while I was still in the Bronx?
I think you were still there.
I don't know. I never heard of that shit.
Because it was around the time of Flow Joe.
I never heard of it. I never heard of that.
But TUD had an issue with Cuban saying that. So then when I interviewed him, he broke that down, but he also spoke about another situation where King's son and Joe were performing at a club, and TUD battled them on stage, and he said that he beat them both on stage.
King's son, this nigga's like 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah,
He's like a giant. Like this nigga's like a giant. So I'm looking up. I'm like looking at this nigga bed. Like, you know what I'm saying? He like, well, what you want to do? He gives me the mic. I grabs the mic. I say my little shit. Now, mind you, remember, Mike Nice is our DJ. He knows exactly what beat to play for me. He knows exactly what I'm going to say. He knows when to drop it. He knows everything. We rehearse at his crib. So when he does it, it's like a fucking, it's like an outpour of, oh shit, like what the fuck with this nigga?
So it's not personal battle raps.
No, it's not personal.
It's just who got the best rhyme.
Right. It's just, it was just more like, why you letting these niggas rhyme and they let me rhyme? That's how I'm looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you letting these niggas rhyme, but you want to let me rhyme? I thought it was fucking ladies' night, nigga. But the presence of me being there with all my niggas, and like I said, Joe know who we are, like fucking ranch niggas. He snatches the mic out of my hand, starts rhyming.
Joe or King's son?
Joe. After I finish my rhyme, he snatched the mic out of my hand. Give me that shit. Starts rhyming. Then he passes it to King's son. Now King's son is towering over me. Little nigga, dude, he like this nigga is in my like, oh shit, like, you know what I'm saying? So I look at Mike Nice, I'm like, yo, you know what to do. He throws on the Can I Kick It? Tribe Called Quest. It shakes the glass. The shit shakes. They leave out. They break out. They don't say nothing.
I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not saying that didn't happen. It more than likely it probably did happen. I wasn't there. I don't know nothing about it. I never heard of it. I never heard of it.
So not too long ago, Raul from TS passed away, right? Rest in peace. Did you know Raul?
I knew Raul before everybody.
Really? Wow.
I knew Raul before everybody, before he started hanging with fucking Joe, before all of that. I knew Raul way before all of that. Way before all of that.
What was your reaction when you got the news that he passed away?
Surprised? To this day, I don't even know what happened to him. You know what happened to him?
I think it was cardiac arrest or something like that.
I don't know what happened to him. He changed though when he started rocking with Joe. Another real dude, a real shooter dude. He was always, I remember when he started coming to the block, I was like a little, I think Joe started having him hanging with him because Raul was that dude that always, had the hammer, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know how he met Raul or Raul met him. I don't know how that happened. I know Raul way before that. I knew Raul since from Morris High School, from shit like that. And then I remember he used to hang out in Melrose, and I used to work at a sneaker store and shit in Third Avenue. He used to come to the sneaker store and shit and buy socks and all that. But I knew Raul way before all of that shit. And then he started coming to the block, hanging out, and he was with Joe all the time. And then he became one of Joe's guys. He became one of Joe's guys, like after Toom and shit like that. So he became after Toom and all that, after Toom passed and all that.
When you said that he changed, how did he change?
Just changed as in, he became a Joe guy. When you become a Joe guy, nigga, just like, whatever Joe says is what he's, they stick to Joe. I don't want to say nothing negative about the dead. You feel what I'm saying? I don't care.
Got you.
I don't care about none of the bullshit, nothing. But I just don't talk negative about the debt. So, I'll with the Raul thing, I'll talk to the fact of, how I know him, where I know him from, and all of that stuff. I've never had like a war or beef with Raul. I just know, he just became a Joe guy. With me, anybody a Joe guy means that you a fucking, you do whatever Joe tells you to do. So, that's where that at, but I don't want to say nothing, on the negative side
Right.
of Raul. I want to let that man rest in peace and just keep it moving from there.
What did you think about what Cuban had to say about him? Because you said that you saw the interviews, right?
I didn't see the whole thing. I was seeing them, some of the stuff. I think they just, Cuban had a different experience. You understand?
Right.
A different experience than what I had with him. You know what I'm saying? I knew Raul from jump, from way back, way before Joe and those days and all of that. And, I can't say nothing negative on that part.
Were you guys close?
And then weren't close like that. I mean, we was close at the part, like we knew each other. We would stand next to each other. We rock with each other, shit like that. You know what I mean? But, there's a lot of negative shit too. But like I said, I'm just a different animal. I don't like disrespecting the dead, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk about, people that are not here to defend themselves. But Cuban had a different experience with him. So his Cuban story is different than mine.
Right.
So he would have a different take on him and different things that he would say about him, personal, non-personal, so everybody has their right to address a situation the way they want to address it. Me, I just rather not talk about it.
I respect that, man. In our last interview, you were getting ready to speak about a time that Charlie Rock owed money to Joe. And I asked a question and we never got back to it. And the fans were so upset.
It was, all right, well, here we go, y'all. I'm going to tell you the story. So, during this time, Charlie's brother, I'm not going to say which one or whatever, and if it's his real brother or not, I'm not going to mention that. But the brother used to give us work. Well, used to give Charlie work, right? And work meaning, krills, crack and shit. And we used to be, I used to work with him selling shit, right? So we used to be at 23 Park and we were selling. Now we're making money. You feel what I'm saying? So he's making money. I don't know why. I remember Joe was like following this nigga. Yo, it was funny as hell. Like fucking follow like everywhere. And I'm like, and I'm trying to get this nigga's attention because he was supposed to pay me my little $60, $70 he had to give me for, whatever. So we at the bodega. And right across the street from the bodega, there's an elementary school, right? And there's these stairs. They go down. And then at the end, you end up in the next street, which is the Little Villes and the ranch. It was like a back way from the back of the school. So we chilling and shit like that. And Joe's like, following this nigga that, he was like, I think he had to go Joe like $50 or whatever. I don't know what the fuck it was. So he kept telling Joe, yo, hold on, man. He was like, yo, hold the fuck up. I got you. Joe's like, come on, nigga, I gotta go. He's like, I got you. So he's like, yo, Toom, come on. So he was like, yo, let me take care of Toom and I got you. So we go down these fucking stairs, right? I go down with him and we go around the corner and this nigga gives me my money and he hauls ass. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, and Charlie, that nigga, this little short fucking, cause at the time he was like kind of stocky, but mad short and he had this red trench, funny as hell. And he starts running and he leaves me there with the fucking $60. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I put the money in my pocket and I walk up the stairs and Joe's like, where the fuck is Charlie at? I like, that nigga gone. That nigga broke out. He like, what? And then it was funny as hell. He had to give Joe like $50 and he ran off his shit. He didn't give Joe his money. He left Joe on the top of the stairs. I remember Joe had a white t-shirt on, mad tight. Mad fucking tight. And I went up the stairs. I'm confused. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I had my money. And then he was like, yo, that nigga, he didn't give you no money? I was like, nah, he gave me what he had to give me, nigga. I don't know about you. So that was funny as hell, though. And then he went who the fuck he was with? Oh my God, I forgot who he was with. He was with one of the guys from the block, and then they went around the corner and they was walking and they started looking for this nigga everywhere. But that was the story that I had with him owing the money. It was nothing crazy, like thousands or nothing like that. It was like a little 50, 60 something dollars like that. And the nigga played Joe and broke out and ran through the back of the school and went through the fence and everything and shit like that, so that you don't have to pay Joe the little $50 he owed.
Do you know if he ever ended up paying him back, or like how did he work that situation out?
I don't know. I don't know. I know that he must have, because he seen Joe after the fact, because we were still doing our thing at 23 Park. And during this time, he was fighting that case that ended up hitting him with all that time. So yeah, he was fighting that case during that time. And it was me, one of Charlie Rock's boys. I forgot his fucking name, man. And I used to rock with this kid all the time. And we were the ones that was in 23 Park. And we were selling it, and we were selling the shit in 23 Park, and we was making money. We was killing it. And then I remember after that shit, and I'll tell you the story. I remember the night that Charlie Rock, the next morning, he had to turn himself in. He was going in. Everything was done. He was sentenced already, and he was out on bail. But he was already sentenced, going ready to do time. So we all in the corner of my mother's building, and we was just chilling, everybody drinking Sickone and all of this shit. And I remember that motherfucker, since he was going in the next day. And I'm going to say this because, even though he's gone or whatever, I'm going to say this. That motherfucker smoked a woo with our boy in the corner. Nigga took a blunt and just put a whole fucking bottle of crack in it, bro. And I was like, and the motherfucker smoked a whole woo with crack because he was leaving the next day. So he didn't give a fuck. And they smoked this shit right there. Yo, dude, I remember because I would still smell it. It was like the worst smell in the world. And these cats were doing that shit in the corner. And that was like, honestly, it was fucked up because that's like the last physical memory I had of him when he did that. Because the next day he went in, didn't see him no more after that. A lot of things changed after that when he went in. All the music and everything got real big, and everything in the block changed. All kind of different things changed and shit like that when he left. And then when he came back out, and I seen him running with Joe and all of that, and I was like, all right, you know what I mean? And then very shortly after that, I seen the fallout. And it was like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
What was your reaction to the fallout?
I ain't give a fuck. It's just that situation.
But it wasn't a surprise to you, though.
Nah, it wasn't a surprise. It wasn't a surprise at all. It's just a lot of different stories, popped up from that, on the side of Charlie, on the side of Joe, and all that stuff. A lot of the stuff that Charlie said was pretty true. It's pretty accurate. Just speaking to dudes that know all of us, and they know him, they know me, they know Joe, they everything. And when you cross paths with certain peoples and we talk and stuff like that, and the certain people, they get brought up like, oh, Charlie Rock, you know what I'm saying? And then they say the stories and everything, and it's up to you to be like, I don't want to hear that shit, or yeah, you hear it. Just a lot of different shit, but just out of that context and shit like that, a lot of the stuff that Charlie said and that he was really feeling sour about and everything were true. Everybody sometimes fabricate things and add things, like I was saying about TA. Say like, I believe what he said. He just said more. Say like the dripping and all of that. He just added more shit to make it more, drama. But Charlie is fucking was a real street dude. You know what I'm saying? Like Charlie was like a real nigga, a real street nigga. So it wasn't like he was like, not there's niggas that say that you're a street nigga and you're not. You know what I'm saying? You're a fantasy dude. Charlie was really a real street dude. Hustled every fucking thing. And he banged out. That nigga Charlie used to bang out, not only in jail, he banged out in the street. Banged out. He let his metal scream. Real talk. He did a lot of shit. And, I don't want to say the negative part of people or nothing like that. Everybody has a negative part of myself. I do too. But I just respect the
Respect
people that
the
pass
dead.
on. Yeah, you have to.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You have to seal that and just keep it walking away. It's like when people say, "Oh, got what he deserved," or this and that. Come on, you know what I'm saying? Like, just don't say nothing. Just keep it moving.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you felt some type of way or whatever, man, do they kill nobody in your family? Whatever this and that. Then keep it moving. You know what I mean? Me, I'll spill dirt on motherfucker that anything harms my family, whatever. But I'm not. I just can't do that. With Raul, I could say a lot. I'm not gonna say nothing. With Flex, I could say a lot. I'm not gonna say nothing.
Mm.
You just gotta leave that alone. Close that. Their book has been closed, right?
Right.
Leave it closed. Leave the chapter. Leave it. The chapter's over. Leave it. Let it go. That's it. That's the way I feel about that.
So, well, I want to first thank you for being able to tell that story that I interrupted and the fans got so crazy. They was comparing me to Nori. Yo, you picking up bad habits now and stuff. You interrupting the guests, not letting them talk. And I'm like, bro, like I'm the type of interviewer where like I just ask you the question and I pretty much just shut up. Like there was one time and they was getting on my helmet like crazy, bro. Like the comments were like, how dare you not let him tell it? You interrupted his story. It was on me, bro. I wanted to ask you, and I understand if you don't want to answer it, but do you think that Charlie really lost his eye the way that he had described it? Man, roll the clip.
So I go back in on a parole violation. And this is when the 50 Cent Fat Joe shit start jumping off. So there was tension between Terror Squad and G Unit. So I'm in the yard. For those that don't know, I'm going to tell the story again. Some shit popped off in the yard and dude started talking shit about Joe because the 50 Cent drama, whatever. Your boy Charlie Rock got emotional. I pulled out the ice pick, banged one of them in the neck, and one of them stabbed me in the eye. And right now I'm blind in one eye. So I actually got stabbed in the eye over the 50 Cent Fat Joe beef. You know what I mean?
Or do you think that Joe...
You got stabbed in your yalla because you fronted on them 3 bundles. You think I don't know why? Guys?
Yeah, I believe him 100%. Because he was that dude that did that.
That he would defend his friend's honor.
He was that dude that, yes, he did that. He did that a lot. Like he'll stand up for his people. He'd be like, fuck you, this and that. You wasn't, I know Charlie. You know what I'm saying? To that aspect, yes. I believe the whole story that he said that happened to his eye. Yep.
So were you surprised when you saw Joe said, I know that you lost it over 3 bundles, and how he tried to put that narrative?
That's not true, bro. I know that happened because he was defending somebody else's honor. You know what I'm saying? And Charlie felt like he had that strength in there, you know what I'm saying, that nobody was gonna fucking rock him, and he was wrong.
Right.
He was wrong. They rocked him.
So I heard from a good source that one Halloween, you and another individual dressed up as ninjas and ran through the hood going crazy on people. Do you remember this? And can you talk about it?
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Yo, that's crazy. Somebody told you that?
Your man TUD.
Oh, shit. Wow. He ain't say what we did, right?
Nah, he just said you was wilding on people. That's all.
All right. Yeah, we was wilding on people. That's as far as I'm gonna go. Right. And yes, we had real ninja suits. We actually went to fucking Chinatown, bought ninja suits, real shit, maxed up everything. The real ninja suits with the real fucking ninja boots that had the toes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, dude. And I'll tell you another story too. Some real stupid shit, embarrassing shit. So we was on some real ninja shit, right? We thought we were really ninjas fucking hurting. And we thought we were some real ninjas. So, dude, we tried to run up on some kids, right? And the only way to get to them was to be on some ninja shit. So I'm crawling on the fucking grass, nigga, in the dark. Like a real fucking ninja. Crawling, right? Yo, dude, crawling with a fucking burner and a machete on my back, and I'm crawling. and I'm crawling.
You got a
And
real
all of
machete?
sudden, yeah, nigga.
Wow.
Yeah. So chill. So I'm crawling and I'm crawling and I'm crawling and my fucking hand slips and I'm like, dude, my hand went in the biggest pile of shit that you can ever see in your life. And it was fresh because as soon as I put my hand up, it was smoking. You know, when you put there's hot shit, you know, when a dog takes a hot shit, cold, the fucking fumes, nigga, my hand was full of dog shit with all of this fucking, it was the most disgusting shit in the world. And I had ninja gloves on. So it kind of fucked up some of my ninja suit. I had to take the fucking ninja glove off and throw it out. But I still had this shit all over me, bro. It was crazy. Yo, we did some real fucking stupid shit when we were young, dog. Like, who the fuck would go buy a ninja suit? Like, why don't you just go put a black shirt on, a jacket, black mask up, and whatever? Dude, we bought some fucking real ninja suits.
Who came up with the idea?
Then the nigga I was with took it to the next level, and he started crawling up buildings.
Oh, my God.
Crawling up buildings, dog. And I'm looking at this motherfucker like, God damn, I ain't doing that shit. But we used to do shit just to it was, dude, yeah.
Who came up with the idea?
Yeah, and I love ninjas. I was like, yo, let's go to fucking, yeah. It was crazy, dude. It was crazy. I'm glad he didn't tell you the whole shit, if you even knew. But yeah.
We did
shit, stupid shit.
Did you actually buy the ninja
that's a
suit?
crazy story. Who the fuck would say a story like that? Fucking ninjas in the Bronx.
Did you actually buy the suit or you guys stole them?
We bought it. It was like $30. It came in a plastic bag, the whole suit. With the shoes and everything. It was like $25. You buy it and it comes in a whole bag with the shoes and everything, mask, the whole fucking 9 yards, bro. It was crazy. Yeah.
Now, I know you got tons of stories in the tuck, okay? Come on, you ain't shared a lot of them yet. We need like some Cuban Link, Big Pun, Full Eclipse, Fat Joe, Terror Squad, or Charlie Rock LD stories to end this out.
I got stories with Cuban and that, but I wouldn't say it, saying out of the respect of, not of him because that nigga's crazy, but just of other situations like the wifey at that time.
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Like
okay.
You know what I'm saying? So there's things that the story, real fucking crazy stories. With that, I don't have no crazy stories with Sace. Let me tell you something about Sace. Sace is a fucking nice guy. Sace is a fucking really nice guy. Really nice guy. I don't have no crazy stories about Sace. So I don't even think Sace has ever done anything crazy. Fucking good dude. Comes from a great fucking family. Real good fucking Cuban, fucking Dominican dude. Cuban. It's just more me, man. I just got some fucking shit. I did a lot of stupid shit, bro. I did a lot of stupid shit. I remember I had a fucking blowgun and I tried to fucking shoot a fucking bird in my window and I fucking, and that shit hit the glass and it came right back, hit me in the shoulder. I was like, oh shit. And I got stabbed with a blowgun. Stupid shit like that. Just dumb shit. Damn. Everything else I really can't say. It's just stupid shit. I don't want to embarrass myself.
So you ain't got no more stories about Pun?
No, not. I got just good shit. You know what I'm saying? When, coming up and everything, like shit that we were doing. Not really crazy shit. Not really dumb shit.
No, it doesn't have to be crazy stories, but meaningful stuff.
Pun was just a funny ass nigga, dog. Like he's the type of dude that be like, he'll be sitting down, looking all sad and shit on a crate, and then ask you for a bite of your sandwich and never give it back to you. And when he bites your sandwich, his bite was like the entire sandwich, and then he'll give you back the butt of the sandwich. It was shit like that. That motherfuckers would just get mad and just go back inside the store and buy another hero. Shit, just things like that, man. I don't, man. It's just he just was funny. Everything he did, he just wanted to make people laugh. That was like his shit. He just wanted to make people laugh. Crazy shit like that. That's really don't got like crazy stories like that with Pun. Crazy shit. I used to just do a lot of the crazy shit. Like nobody didn't want me around sometimes, but it was okay. I was good with that.
What about Charlie Rock? You got any other stories with Charlie?
Yeah, I got stories with Charlie, but those are definite stories that I can't really talk about.
Got you.
they really fucking crazy. Like when I tell you that Charlie was a real street nigga, Charlie was a real street dude, like a real street dude. I'll see that motherfucker walk on buses and just fucking like blow somebody's whole face up and just to walk out type shit. Like the motherfucker was crazy. He used to do a lot of fucking crazy shit, real crazy. But and then he would do funny shit like that, like with Joe. What he did with Joe with the money, he would do shit like that. He'd be like, "I'll be right back," and fucking don't show up for like 3 days. That's it, really, man. I mean, I don't got nothing like with him. I really don't got stuff that I can like really tell. Like, you know what I'm saying? It'll be fucked up.
All right. Well,
So
what
I
about
wouldn't do
Joe?
that.
You got to have some good memories with Joe, right? That you could share.
Only good memories I had with Joe was when we would go to the club and shit like that. And at the time, he would show me love, always giving me the mic. And, you know what I'm saying? I'll be his hype man and shit like that. Or I'll take the mic, spit a whole verse or do a couple of verses or whatever and do things like that. So those are like the type of memories. I remember the first time I ever seen like Onyx, you know what I'm saying, like perform. We were all with Joe, mad fucking deep. We had a bigger crew than everybody in there. That was legendary that we had the biggest fucking mob. When we see it was Mob Deep, all the fucking big fucking artists, they were there and they were all performing. That was another dope shit right there.
Well, after you performed, right? After he gave you the mic and you performed, did he like commend you like after the fact? You'd be like, "Yo, we rocked that shit."
No,
or
we
like,
just keep going. We just keep going or whatever.
No, I mean,
and
like
then,
after the show.
He would do he'll do
show.
shit like that. Yeah, well, we'd be in the fucking truck or whatever. Motherfuckers would come up, they'd be like, "Yo, Toom, you killed that shit. Yo, Toom, that's what's up." Every shit like that. Then he'd be like, "Yeah, you know what I'm saying?" And, you know, shit like that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I was like kind of surprised when he said shit that he said. And I was like, trash? Fuck you talking about, nigga? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody just wanted to hear me type shit. You know what I mean? I was up there, whatever. Because he really only had like one song. He only had Flojo and things like that. He wasn't really rocking a lot of different songs. But it was just, you know, it was crazy. You know what I'm saying? You yourself brained this nigga. I didn't invite myself.
Mm-hmm.
Never did. You would come to, if I wasn't at the block, you would come to my mom's block. Ring the bell. Bing. Come down. Or skew. All of that shit. Come out. Come down. Come on, big. You know what I mean? But, you know, other shit. Yeah, I can't believe TUD told you that shit. That shit is still in my head. I'm like, God damn. That's funny. Yo, I didn't even remember that. I'm gonna go tell my wife the story about the ninja shit. I never told her that.
Wow.
Damn, that's dope. But there's a lot of shit, a lot of different things that, you know, just hood stories. This all hood stories. You know what I mean? Everybody hopefully in about 10 months, 9-10 months, y'all be able to really hear it, because that's when my book will be done.
Man, I'm excited, man. I'm excited for the book, bro.
Yeah. So the book is called A Thug's Life, and that's what I've been working on for a very long time.
Like 12 years, right, bro?
Long time. I started working on the book about 7 years ago, and just little inserts and things like that, and going on the computer, writing shit on Notepad and putting it together and everything like that. So hopefully the timeline is about 10 months, 11 months. I sit down with a publisher in 2 more months. I got to go to Hackensack, New Jersey, and sit down with somebody that's over there and work the thing out with the book and see how we can put it together and have him proofread it, make sure that I'm not, you know, saying too much on it. And I could say what I want to say, but I want to say it the proper way, because, you know, I don't want to incriminate nobody or do anything like that. So a lot of the book is going to be, you know, turned around too, you know what I mean? In a way where it's going to be cool, but I'm going to try to keep it to who I am, to as true as I am. And just, it's my life coming up. You know what I'm saying? It's my life coming up. It's not my part of my life where I'm at now. You know what I mean? So I haven't spoke about nothing of that in the book. The book is actually finishes pretty much to me leaving New York. So the whole part of the Terror Squad thing and all of that, the music part and everything, that's not going to be in the book. But the full eclipse thing, all of that stuff, the pun, Cuban, say everybody, that whole part of the story, all the way up to the part that I leave New York, that's what y'all gonna get in the book.
So no talk about Joe or anything?
No, let's talk about Joe, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, this is me coming up. my whole life coming up. Not only Joe, just everybody that was in my life coming up and things like that. Little stories like with Law Finesse, you know, and things, you know, all these hood things that I went through, the 2 different times I got shot, you know, the different relationships, you know, with my kids'
sorry,
moms.
I misunderstood. So this is beef all the way up to before you leave New York.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
No, to the day that I leave New York. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. And from the day that I leave New York, that's where my story ends. Because when I leave New York, that's a whole new chapter in my life. So that's a complete different story. But that's the way
are we
I'm
going to
doing
get a
it.
book on that too?
I don't know. I don't know if I have if there's enough like struggle or enough energy to do that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I could do something like as in, you know, in the story as in, you know, life changing, like going from one thing to becoming another. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
and you could
but I just
reflect
wanted
back on the things, you know, that got you there and the lessons that you learned.
I'm a long way away from, you know, that. So, you know, I don't know what, you know, my plan, my thought is to finish the book that way. But, you know, things can change, you know what I'm saying, in the future. I don't know. Like I said, I got to sit down with a publisher. And if he feels that the book can't end like that, or we can end it a different way, then that I'm going to follow that. Cause I don't know nothing about, books or nothing like that.
Right.
I just know about truth and how to put truth out of my life, of me coming up and the struggle I went through when I was coming up with my mother and being, you know, the only boy in the house, and, you know, saying, and how how New York and Bronx life and that whole shit, the aroma changed, you know, raised me. Cause the aroma of New York and the street of New York is what really raised me. My mother was just there to cover me, but the streets raised me. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
She just gave me a place where to sleep, basically. But yeah, so, you know, that part of my life, I can't wait till that comes up. You know, I would love to have that, my life in a Netflix shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, some real shit. But, you know, God has plans for everything. But that's my story. And I want to put my story out there. Like right now, like my story is how you chapter it. You know what I'm saying? Because you're the one that have it and you putting it out there. So my book just details it.
Right.
I could go in further with that. But, you know, I could get people hype to what's coming. You know what I mean? If you like the content and you like what you're hearing and all of that, and you feel the same thing that I'm feeling, and you feel like, yo, that's the same shit I went through, and that's what I was going through, and everything like that, then we brothers, you know what I'm saying? And we could share that. And then when the book come out, then, you know what I'm saying, you will understand even more, because I could go really into detail of what's going, you know, of my life. So that's what it is. Because I know everybody's like, who the fuck is the sick one? I'm special.
Yo, Sick, one last thing before we wrap it up, man. I want to see what comes to mind when you see this picture.
The beginning. That was the beginning right there. To the left, I forgot the dude's name. All the way to the left.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one with the black shirt with the arms open. Sick one right below me. That's B. That's the one that really put together our crew, and the one that paid for those shirts that we got on, the full clip shirts, right in the bottom. See, because if you notice, Sace and Cuban used to dress kind of the same.
Right.
They had the same shirts, and me and Pun used to dress the same. So me and Pun used to have the t-shirts, and then Sace, and at this time, Sace also had a leather vest like Cuban that day, but he didn't have it on. So they both had the Cuban, the leather vests on with the full eclipse logos. I drew those logos. I'm the one that made those logos, those full eclipse logos with the cross and the demon coming out of it. But yeah, man, that shit just brings back one of the greatest times of my life. Those are my brothers, you know what I'm saying? And we did a lot together, so much. And you know, I protect our history, you know what I'm saying? I just protect it because that's our history. That's legendary. And I just don't want nobody to fabricate it or change it from the truth of what it was. And, you know, I like to protect that, man. Yeah. This was the creators of what we call the Terror Squad in the music business today. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Fire, dude. Full of clips for life. You know what? Don't sleep. Don't sleep, all right? Because, you know, you might hear Full of Clips record. Do not sleep.
What you mean?
Don't sleep.
You got some records in the tuck?
Listen, don't sleep if y'all hear a Full of Clips record.
Oh, man.
In the future. Don't sleep. But that'll be a great thing. We'll probably premiere it here, right?
Hell yeah. I'm gonna bring you and Cuban on. Sace doesn't do interviews and stuff like that, but we could at least have both of you guys on. We do the reaction to the song, everything. That would be crazy.
Yeah, it's something that we could talk about, definitely.
Yeah.
I would love to do it. I'd love to do it. Since I'm trash, you know what I'm saying? I would love to do it. But if I would do it, it would be on some real music shit.
Right.
You know, I don't want to go at nobody. You know what I'm saying? I just want to keep it music. Keep it to what we are, what we did, what our foundation that started everything, our history. Because that's what's important. All that other shit, if there ain't nobody coming at me, I ain't coming at nobody. You know what I'm saying? I would love to do something like that. Dope shit.
No doubt, man. Yo, Toom, I just want to thank you again for another long, crazy interview, man. It was a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And
I told my wife, I swear it's gonna be like an hour. We 2 hours and 50 minutes.
I know, man.
It's all good.
You still hold the record of having the longest interview on Panda Chop News, man. So 4 hours and a half. That shit was crazy. Yep. But you never really
crazy,
do it.
Was,
so that first one, we had a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I know. I turned down 2 interviews since we talked, because after we talked, I guess it sparked some shit, and people were like, "Yo, it's sick," inbox messaging me and my messenger and shit. And I was like, one, I never responded, and then the other one and shit, I just hit him back and I said, "Yo, I'm not really doing nothing like that right now." I said, when I'm ready to do that, I'll hit you up. And he was like, "Much love, whatever." So, yep.
Yeah, man. Because it's just like Gilly. Gilly he doesn't really do interviews either. So he just did the one with Doggy Diamonds, and he did one here, and he didn't want to talk anymore about this stuff.
Because sometimes, I'll be honest, sometimes things get old. You know what I'm saying? But when you're doing fresh, new things, like today with this interview, you learned a lot of new things. You feel what I'm saying? And the discussion was really different. It wasn't really based on a one factor interview. It was a lot of different things. And so a lot of different things came out. Like, people found out that I was the first Bronx ninja ever in history. Nobody knew that I was a fucking ninja, right? Till you blew up the spot. Fuck.
Well, you know what? I think that it's always new because you have a fresh perspective, because not a lot of people have heard from you or somebody that is like watching from the sideline, more involved still, but still from the sideline seeing what is going on, and somebody that is being, I would say, pretty objective, right? Because you weren't personally attacked. You were attacked by Joe, but not to the point where you was like, I'm really gonna get on his neck. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
So it's good to hear that.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, you got anything else you want to say to the fans before we wrap it up?
Nah, man. Much love to everybody. You know what I'm saying? I heard everybody's response with the first interview. And like I said, I really don't do interviews, but I think this is a real good platform. And I love the way that, like I told you before, Panda, I love the way you do interviews, your energy, all that stuff, man. And, I feel comfortable when I'm doing it. But to everybody out there, man, keep your heads up. If you like to follow me, you can follow me on my channel. You could go on YouTube and go to Sick Mansion. That's one word, Sick Mansion, collectibles. And I do a lot of crazy shit. I show you all these collectibles that I own. I got over $150,000 worth of fucking statues and everything that I share with everybody every week. And on Saturdays, I got a live show, a podcast show. It's called a Saturday Night Raw Show. There's also a collecting thing. It's not only about statues, about sneakers, about everything. And y'all can just show me support. And of course, if you're liking this shit, make sure you hit that like button and you subscribe to the channel. Show love.
Yeah, we
That's
definitely
what it
going to
is.
have a link in the description of every single video so that people can follow your YouTube and everything, man.
That'll be dope.
All right, man.
I'm mad sleepy right now, bro.
Toom,
I'm like, oh
salute,
shit.
man.
I just look. I came in here when it was daytime. I look it out the window. It's fucking dark outside. I'm like, damn.